Yes, Mr Bolster.
Commissioners, before we turn to the evidence of Dr Patterson, there's an issue from Broome with the evidence that needs to be resolved. There's a statement of Mr J. Alexander Smith that needs to be tendered formally. It is WIT 0128 0001 0001 and it's dated the 10th of May 2019 and it should become Exhibit 417.
417.
Thank you.
Yes, the witness statement of J. Alexander Smith dated the 10th of May 2019 will be Exhibit 4-17.
Commissioners, I call Dr K. Christine Leslie Patterson.
I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give.
That the evidence I shall give.
Will be the truth.
Will be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
If document WIT 0247 0001 0001 could be brought up. Dr Patterson, that's a copy of your statement you can see there on the screen.
No, I can see you.
Ah, well you should in front of you
I have a copy here.
You've got a copy there, all right. Well, take it from me that on the screen that I'm looking at, there's a copy of your statement.
There's one here now.
And the copy that you... Good. That is your statement, isn't it?
Well, it's the cover of my statement.
Yes, okay. Well, is there anything about that statement that you wish to change?
No.
And is the statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information and belief?
Yes.
Now, Dr Patterson, you have been the Commonwealth Age Discrimination Commissioner since July of 2016, correct?
Correct. And
that followed a long career both as a lecturer and senior lecturer in gerontology.
Yes.
A senator for the state of Victoria for 21 years.
Yes.
2 years as the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Yes.
2.5 years as the Minister for Family and Community Services.
That's correct.
Could you talk very briefly about your work in gerontology and your experience in gerontology, particularly with reference to aged care and observations that you'd like to make about your experience there?
In the mid-1970s, after I finished my PhD, I was teaching allied health professionals, physios, speech therapists, occupational therapists, etc. And they were all doing child development and paediatrics. And I believe that they should be doing more work looking at the well older person in gerontology. And I said to the clinicians, why aren't they doing gerontology? And they said, well, they're doing geriatrics. And I said, that's about the sick older person. They need to be looking at the well older person. So I believed that introducing gerontology and lifespan developmental psychology was important. I did that at the undergraduate level and also set up that with two other staff members, the first diploma, postgraduate diploma in gerontology. So it's been a passion of mine since the mid-70s, this area of ageing.
And what's your view about the need to focus on gerontology today?
I think it's absolutely vital. I think one aspect, I think one of the things we need to do is to see deep changes in education, not only of health professionals, including general practitioners and nurses, but also of any staff that are working in aged care facilities, to actually get them to focus on what well ageing looks like, because many of them spend their lives working with sick elderly people and expect that that's how everybody is, and that influences the way they treat older people. So I believe that education is absolutely vital, an absolutely vital part of trying to get rid of some of the scourge of elder abuse and ageism that we see in our community.
Well, that leads into your current role as the Age Discrimination Commissioner. There's an educative role in that respect, isn't there?
There is.
And could you describe for us how that role is developed by you in the period that you have been the Commissioner?
Well, it's taken many forms. It's looking at how can we educate older people about what their rights are in terms of what they should expect from the community. And it's about also educating people about the negative effects of ageism, for example, how it impacts on elder abuse, how it impacts on people's attitudes to older people and their treatment of older people. So I think it's absolutely vital that through all the work that I do, and I do a lot of speeches and attempt to actually raise the issue of ageism and the effect it has, a negative effect it can have on older people.
All right. Recently, we've had Elder Abuse Awareness Day and Awareness Week. What's the focus of your role in that field?
Well, it's varied. It's about ensuring that older people understand what their rights are. For example, we recently had a function in Dubbo, and after it, a woman came to me and said, "My son's been stealing money from me. He has my power of attorney. I didn't know I could revoke it." I've been working with the Law Council, for example, to say lawyers have a responsibility in making sure people understand their rights when they make a power of attorney, and attorneys need to know their responsibility. And I think we've all fallen down in educating people about those issues. And in aged care, because we're focusing on aged care here today, it's imperative that the staff understand what their rights, what older people's rights are in terms of their enduring documents and what their responsibilities are. It's not okay when a power of attorney says, "Oh, my mother can't have visitors," and it's a financial power of attorney. We've had an example of that recently. Not to be able to say, "I'm sorry, that's not the right of a power of attorney to dictate who visits," and to know what their residents' rights are.
Does that complaint you were talking about, was that a formal complaint to the Commission?
No, it wasn't a formal complaint to the Commission.
Could you talk briefly about what the issue was there?
The elderly woman believed that she wanted to move to another nursing home because it was her daughter had put her where she thought it was convenient for her. She realised there was a mediation program that was being trialled with a family mediation centre. We don't know how she got onto them, and rang them and said, "I'd like you to come and visit. I'm having money taken out of my bank account and I want to move." And they then contacted the nursing home and said, "We want to come." And they said, "Well, you can't, because the power of attorney said she can't have visitors." They then said, "We'll test that, we're on our way." And she realised that she'd got it wrong, and they had a mediation session with the family, and she was moved, and the power of attorney was I don't know what happened with the power of attorney, but I know the whole thing was mediated. And I think that we're seeing a lot of good work being done now with Family Relationships Australia and with family mediation centres in mediating some of these issues that older people don't want to end up in court.
In paragraph 5 of your statement, you identify 3 priorities. The one I want to focus on is elder abuse, as we've started to just talk about that in some detail. And you identify 5 actions that you are involved with in paragraph 5. First one is community awareness. Could you speak briefly to what's going on in that space?
Well, I have 2 staff and 1 borrowed from health and an EA, so I have to cut my coat to fit my cloth, and I chose 3 areas. And as you've said, elder abuse is one of them. And it's about being out there, getting information into the press. I think people would agree that we've seen that issue, not just because of me, but because there's an increased interest in the area of elder abuse in the last 5 to 10 years than there had been before. I think it was a bit like child abuse and family abuse earlier. It's about raising awareness. It's about educating older people, about working with the law and lawyers about what they can do. It's about working with all these groups. I can't do it on my own, but I can actually be an impetus for getting change. And it's also, as I said, about education, which I think is vital. We only have 6 elder law courses in Australia. Some of them are electives, and I believe that the universities could do more to introduce elder law, and the lawyers could do more to educate people. So it's really, elder abuse is everybody's business, and it ranges right across the whole community.
You refer also to the implementation of the ALRC report on elder abuse. We'll talk about that in a bit more detail later, but just broadly speaking, what is the general state of the response to that report and the recommendations contained in it, particularly when it comes to the aged care related matters?
Well, there were 43 recommendations, and when I took on the position, we had a willing to work report that Susan Ryan had written and the elder abuse report, and I have a aversion to reports that sit on a shelf and nothing happens, and I vowed that I would actually drive those recommendations. one of the things I've done is I've met with all the attorneys general across the states. It's like painting the Harbour Bridge, they keep changing, to actually talk to them about what they can do. One of the things that the Law Reform Commission recommends is to have harmonised powers of attorney. It's impossible when you've got your mother living in Melbourne, your daughter in Sydney, and your son in Queensland, all getting advice from their public advocates and information, and it's all different. It shouldn't be beyond the wit of mankind to actually harmonise the legislation. There is the national plan was one of the recommendations that was launched at the beginning of this year, but the recommendation regarding the harmonisation legislation is pretty mealy-mouthed and soft, and I'm determined to impress on people how important it is to protect people, to be able to educate them. You can't educate them at a national level with 7 or 8 different systems in terms of enduring documents.
Now, the fifth focus you identified is combating ageism, and I'd like to spend a bit of time about that particular area and ask you this question. Do we value older Australians?
I don't think you can generalise in that way. I think that a large number of people value older Australians and respect them, but sadly they're not represented well in the press. Sadly they're not represented well in various walks of life, and there's a lot of ageism in terms of people believing that older people are had it, dependent, a burden. I think sometimes some of our policy affects it. Some of the language in the I can't remember the name of the report in terms of the intergenerational report, actually talks in language that is rather negative. So we use negative language, and we actually, in fact, not only influence the community in having negative effects, but older people themselves begin to feel that they're worthless and useless. We may appreciate what they do as carers, for grandchildren and for their partners, and for children with a disability. We value what they do as volunteers, but we underestimate and devalue their other contributions to the community.
You define ageism in these terms: discrimination against people based on their age, manifested through negative stereotypes and perceptions. What's the best way for the Commission to understand ageism in the practical context, particularly with reference to aged care?
Let me just answer it by saying ageism can also affect younger people as well, and that's why that is a very general comment. But when we're focusing on older people, it can influence, for example, if you see that somebody is, or believe that somebody is frail, incapable, not able to make decisions, then the balance between autonomy and the balance between people having a protection gets out of whack, and you end up with overprotection. And I'll give you one example. When I first came into the Commission, somebody raised it with me, not as a complaint, but as an issue. An elderly gentleman wanted to go from a nursing home to an RSL function in Queensland. The manager of the facility thought that that was not good for him, it was a risk. 2 staff volunteered to go without pay and go voluntarily, and he was prepared to pay for them. And there was still this tussle about that he shouldn't really go. Now, young people take risks, we all take risks, and I think sometimes we can overprotect older people, and we have to let them make decisions for themselves that are controlled but not overbearing. And I think ageism can lead to people being overprotected. You can't go out, you might fall in the garden.
You talk about negative beliefs about older people. What are some of those beliefs, and how do we challenge them, and how do we turn them around?
I think one of the beliefs is that you're not as capable of making decisions as you once were, and I think that we need to do a lot more about assessing people's capacity. Some of the neuropsychologists I've met with are now trying to look at, yes, I can make a decision about who's my power of attorney, but I haven't got the capability of making a decision about my investment of my superannuation or whatever else. And they're trying to actually refine and look at carefully how they change, that decision-making changes over time. It sometimes can improve when you've got when you've moved from an area where you've been, victimised to where you're being protected. So I think that we need a much better way, not this simple mini mental test of people's capacity. It's about saying we all need to be able to make decisions as far as we possibly can, and to estimate that I'm able to make those decisions. And I don't think that's the case, because people, if they assume that you can't make a decision, they assume it about everything in your life.
In paragraph 17, you say that ageism undermines the human rights of older Australians and is an obstacle to achieving an aged care system that respects and supports human rights. Could you speak briefly to that? What can we do to stop ageism undermining people in the aged care context?
Well, as I said at the beginning, I believe education is absolutely vital. That you need deep changes, exposing people in their educative process, the workers who go to work in aged care, the GPs who visit aged care, need to actually have experienced and thought about the well older person and how they cope, and the fact that when somebody the day before they go to an aged care facility is no different from the day after they enter an aged care facility, and that they have all the rights of anybody out in the community, although those rights wither away when I lose some of my autonomy, when people make a decision about what I should do and where I should go, or what I should eat, or about my medication. That if we don't have that deep change in education, then I think we will continue to see ageism affecting what happens to older people. I think also that people should be reminded that one day, unless they have a premature death, they will be old, and I remind every group I talk to that the culture they set now is the culture they'll inherit.
All right. Can we turn to the prevalence of ageism? And you make some comments there about the fact that there's little evidence about it, but that the Law Reform Commission recommended a national prevalence study back in 2016. Are you familiar with where that study is at the moment?
Well, just let me clarify something. We're talking about two different things. We're talking about ageism and elder abuse. And there isn't a study about ageism. I did actually refer to a piece of research that Susan Ryan undertook, which was talking about how people perceive others' attitudes towards them, and that a significant proportion of people, over 70%, feel that they're discriminated against. So that's quite a different thing from the abuse. The Law Reform Commission recommended a prevalence study on elder abuse. The government has funded to look at a definition, because there are quite different definitions, and to look at a definition. The Australian Institute of Family Studies has been doing that. Then to look at a scoping study, and they've just closed a tender for a prevalence study, and I believe it'll be announced as to who'll be having that in the near future, who'll be undertaking that prevalence study.
Thank you for that. The prevalence data in relation to ageism, the Ryan study that you referred to, 50% of people said that ageism was present in healthcare, government policy and access to services. What's your feeling about those statistics based on your experience?
Well, I think many of these are older people, and they were experiencing what they've seen, and it doesn't just happen in aged care. I mean, you see older people in public hospitals, and there was in 2015 a very moving quarterly essay by a Doctor of General Medicine at the Royal Prince Albert Hospital in Melbourne that's very sober reading about the treatment of older people in aged care, even to the point where somebody said to her, "Why on earth are you doing general medicine? You don't make money working with older people." Now, if that's the attitude that prevails amongst other specialists towards a specialist in general medicine working with older people, heaven help us, because that's ageism at its worst. And that she talks about the treatment in the hospital of people having meals presented to them and it being taken away with no recording, people being left inappropriately without receiving help when they call for help. So it's prevalent in all aspects where older people are frail and needing care.
Do you have a particular view about nutritional issues in aged care?
I have a very strong view about nutrition in aged care and medication in aged care. It is appalling that we have research, which is reported by the Dietitians Association of Australia, or whatever its formal name is, that significant proportions of people in aged care are malnourished. How can that happen? That's the question I ask. How can you have people in the care of facilities where they're malnourished? And there's a second study which demonstrates that they have very low protein. Now, we all know as we age, my physio reminds me constantly that I should have protein at every meal because otherwise our muscles waste. Why should somebody in a nursing home not have physical therapy, not have appropriate nutrition to maintain as much of their mobility as possible? And to see that we have malnourished residents in aged care is totally unacceptable. And with regard to medication, I have a large number of general practitioner friends who are appalled, and pharmacy friends, that there isn't sufficient review of medication. There's some recent work that's been done using technology of putting in all the medication, and it puts up flags when there are counter or polypharmacy outcomes. That's the sort of advance we should have, that people's medication is appropriate, that they don't come back from hospital with a medication that the GP doesn't realise what they're having and doesn't see it till the next visit, or doesn't even go through a medication review. Those are simple things that can be fixed. Nutrition, medication, to actually improve the lot and the life of people living in nursing home care. We're going to have the peak of aged care in the next 15 years of the baby boom going into aged care. We have no time to waste. I've been talking about this since 1976, when the baby boom thought it was never going to get older. It's on the threshold of aged care, and I think we should be, I hope this Royal Commission will be acted on and the recommendations adhered to actually improve the lot of people in aged care, because at the moment, in some facilities, it's totally inappropriate.
Could we turn to the issue of unconscious bias, which is something you make specific reference to in paragraph 10 of your report? How do we see unconscious bias in health and more particularly in aged care when it comes to older people?
I think that's part of the ageism, that they're frail, they're incompetent. People don't see them as the person they are and have been. And for example, belittling comments, dear, sweetie, not calling somebody by their name, or some older people prefer to be called by Mr. and Mrs. Jones or whatever, not respecting them as people who have a history, who still love, who still care about their grandchildren, who still are whole human beings and shouldn't be infantilised by an unbiased attitude of people thinking they're lesser persons because they're now in care.
What about benevolent ageism? Is there such a thing?
Well, there is. It's about overprotecting people. I maybe did that to my mother, I suppose, when I was looking after her. We often want to overprotect them. We want to surround them. It's what I was talking about before, of getting that balance of autonomy and protection out of step. And sometimes the benevolence can lead you to be overprotective and not actually taking into account the person's wishes for themselves.
Closely related to that, you refer as another basis for ageism, the fear and dislike that some people have for older Australians. Why is that?
I think it's quite difficult for especially younger people who are dealing, and middle age, and even at my age. It's very confronting that your life will come to an end. And so sometimes you end up with a dislike. And we've got a program, and the Benevolent Society are doing a whole campaign on ageism, and they say that some people basically weren't very nice when they're young, and they don't turn into very nice older people. We're not all the same. And I've forgotten your question.
I was asking you about the fear and dislike that people feel for older Australians.
That's right.
I mean, it's difficult to go into a nursing home sometimes, isn't it? Confronting.
It is confronting because you've got to confront your own demise.
How should people approach that from your perspective as a human rights commissioner?
I believe it's absolutely vital that we expose people to lives well lived. And, for example, I'm doing a project at the moment, supporting a project of a young woman who's been doing a project of 100 young people in Melbourne, Sydney, and now in Brisbane, to be launched on the 17th or 18th of August. 100 young people painting portraits of 100 centenarians. In 1976, there were 122 centenarians. There are now over 4,000 centenarians. In 2040, there's going to be over 40,000 centenarians. Let's face it, a lot more people are going to be living a very long life. And what we're trying to do with this project is to get an army of young people who've sat, painted, talked to, befriended, written about these older people who've lived 100 years, and then to show examples of what you can do within intergenerational reports. And there's research now that shows that intergenerational reports combined with education, there's just been only on the 20th of July, this is very up to date, the Public Health Journal of America has actually reported a meta study of 63 pieces of research commissioned by the World Health Organisation to look at what are the factors that can counteract ageism. And when they did this meta-analysis of these 63 studies of over 6,000 people published this week, they found that together intergenerational activities and education have the greatest effect in reducing ageism.
Let's talk about intergenerational activities. Can you give us some examples of the sorts of things that the Commission should be looking at to involve younger people in an engaged way with someone who's in aged care?
I think there are a host of things that can happen. Aged care facilities aren't always very interesting places for young people to go. You know, sitting in a room with an elderly person is not everyone's idea of fun. But if there are activities that they could join in, for example, one place I visited recently has a pool table, and I watched a son and a father with very, very severe dementia, still able to play pool. What a better interaction. How more interesting for the son to visit, to be able to play pool with his father. I think people need to be creative about what can we do to make this place welcoming to the community and to families. We know that many families don't visit people in aged care. The other thing that we've seen recently is co-location of kindergartens and daycare. Playgroups. There's the Playgroup Association is doing a very active program of bringing young people into the facility. The other thing that I've just recently heard about is in Holland, they're co-locating students in aged care, not to work in aged care, but to actually do things with older people, playing chess, taking them out for walks, taking them down to the shops to buy birthday cards for relatives, whatever. Natural, normal activities. How much better is that for the resident, and what is the young student going to learn? I think we need to see much more creativity of bringing the community into aged care facilities.
We could then turn to the harder edge of ageism, which is elder abuse. And if we could just focus our attention on how it operates in the aged care context, where do you see it either with people making the decision to go into aged care or moving from one aged care service to another, or with decisions that have to be made about their finances or about their care? How do you see elder abuse in that context?
I think the seeds of elder abuse are planted well before you go into aged care. I believe that we need a much greater concerted effort from many sectors, including the law, in encouraging people to have their enduring documents in place early. I would encourage everyone who's over 18 to have their enduring documents, because you can have an awful accident and end up in care. I think that's important, that they aren't forced into doing their documents without time to think about it, when they're rushed. They should be in place. So there should be a concerted effort and campaign to get people to have them in place. The other thing is that they ought to be taught about what their rights are in terms of those, as I mentioned before, so they can revoke their power of attorney, they can change the documents. 50% of people die without a will, and even fewer have an advanced care directive, as you at the Royal Commission have now found, something like 3%. They need to be in place. The other thing is that I've talked to aged care assessors, assessment teams. Many of them are very experienced, although we're seeing some changes in that, but some very experienced health professionals who can wangle a time with the person on their own, saying, I need to test them at the office or whatever else. But they've said they would like to be able to have mandated that they could actually have time on their own with the person they're assessing, because often the person who's perpetrating elder abuse, to get them out of the home and get their hands on the money, are there while they're being assessed. And I think one of the recommendations that I would like to see coming out of this is that consultation with the assessors is undertaken to ensure that they can have time alone with the person they're assessing. Then you get into the nursing home, and not only the nursing home, one of my great concerns is aged care in the home, where you don't have other staff observing, and we've seen other staff reporting abuse. And I believe that attention has to be given to how do we protect people from their carers and from their professional services in the home where they're more at risk, but also making sure that they're not being abused either by their family or by providers. And I don't know, but there is a lot of Twitter stuff about guardianship and the taking away of rights, and I haven't investigated that, but I think there's most probably some areas that need investigating there.
That leads me to the issue of harmonisation of enduring documentation. Have you been talking to the legal profession about that, and what's your perception of the ease with which that can or cannot occur?
As you know, I was a federal minister and did health agreements. It's like herding cats, but as I mentioned before, I think that to be able to educate people, especially in the cold and Indigenous communities, where we need, especially as older people have trouble with or revert to their first language, that we need to be able to have that sort of material. It's very hard for a state to do that. And also, it's very, as I said, there's enormous duplication of educational material because we've got all these different jurisdictions. But there's difficult managing families across jurisdictions and across borders. That's where it's been raised with me. Mum's on one side of the river, dad and the daughter's on the other side, and the rules are different. I think it's an absolutely vital recommendation of the LRC and needs to be implemented. And as I said, I don't think the national plan is strong enough on it. And I could go feral at some stage and talk about the states that are reluctant to do it. But I actually believe it's absolutely vital, a vital recommendation of the Commission.
What about a national register of care workers?
That's a bit out of my kin, because should it be only people who are convicted of abuse or maltreatment of an older person? I believe there should be some system in place that means that somebody can't do something in one state and move to another state with impunity.
All right. In terms of the ALRC recommendations, you highlight in paragraphs 33 through to 39 the education and awareness that's required on the part of medical professionals and carers about elder abuse and how to identify it and how to deal with it. Could you speak briefly to that? Where is the state of the law in Australia on that?
Well, the LRC report recommended education of health professionals and people dealing with older people. I actually had a meeting of 10 of the peak bodies, physiotherapists, speech therapists, occupational therapists, only a couple of weeks ago. At 2 weeks' notice, they all turned up, which I thought was amazing. They all said, we need material, we need to know, and they needed to know what are the flags. They said, we need to know what we can do about it. We also need to know how it affects our patient-clinician relationship.
Privacy. There's a privacy
we have
issue
a
there.
Commonwealth Privacy Act. We have state privacy acts. In some state, the rules are different depending on whether you're in a public or a private hospital. How on earth can you educate the health professionals who feel, and the banks tell me the same thing, we don't, we've got a relationship with our clients, when can we tell people? And I think it's absolutely vital that we get, again, some, at least if we can't get harmonisation, at least material people can go to and say, I'm in New South Wales, I've got a problem, I believe my client, financial advisors are in the same position, I've got a client, where can I go and not breach the privacy laws? They also talk about understanding how to deal with and where they can get assistance. And I believe that we could put together some core educational materials and top and tailor with specifics for the particular professions. They're keen to do it. We don't have the money, but I think it's an absolute, it wouldn't take a fortune, but it would be an important tool for educating those who are dealing with older people.
You've had an opportunity to read the submission lodged on behalf of the late Barney Cooney to the Commission. And you knew Mr Cooney.
Yep, you can, okay.
It's fair to say he was a very widely respected, down-to-earth, respectful, talented senator for the state of Victoria from December 1984 through to June 2002, nearly 18 years. And for 15 of those years you sat across from him in the Senate.
Yep.
What are your reflections about what he's going to tell the Commission when his evidence is tendered later this week?
Well, you caught me off guard because I was on the plane and I read the submission and I burst into tears on the plane. I thought I wasn't going to cry here. But Barney was a character. He and I met innumerable times in innumerable aged care facilities, because when his party was in government, he'd be sent out to open a nursing home and I'd go along because I was visiting every nursing home in Victoria. And Barney would get up and say, I shouldn't be opening this nursing home. Kate Patterson should, she knows more about aged care than I do, to the horror of his state colleagues. And in the chamber he'd always get up and say that I knew more about aged care. But having read the submission, if Barney were here, I'd be saying to him, and Barney was still alive, Barney, you now know more from your lived experience about aged care than I ever hoped to know. But how can it be that Barney didn't ring his bell because people didn't come when it was urgent, when he needed to be shifted in his bath chair or bed chair, because it seemed so insignificant he didn't have his coffee or his tea? Isn't it the right of every single human being in care or wherever that those basic needs are met? Barney's voice is one that should be heard. It was articulate, it was sensitive, he understood the point of view of the staff, but there he was, and very much like another friend of mine who was made a quadriplegic in an awful car accident where somebody was putting a shopping in the back of a boot. The car ran into her and she ended up a quadriplegic for the last 10 years of her life, from 80 to 90. She had to use a typing machine. I went in and saw that she was trying to type stuff, so made a sheet for her. I'd like to go to my bedroom, the day room, outside, and put all the things you'd like to do frequently. We discussed it. I plasticised it, I've forgotten the word for it, and did 2 copies. I was appalled every time I went in. They were somewhere else, not near her, And it would have facilitated that she could ask for things very easily and quickly without having to type laboriously out, I want to go to the day room. Barney talks about using technology in the submission. And I'm referred to medication. The technology, I think he would agree with, and we agreed on a lot of things. People see the nasty parts of the chamber, but I was very fond, as Amanda Vanstone wrote the most amazing obituary about Barney. He was highly regarded by both sides. Barney writes about technology. Isn't he talking about those medications that mean that somebody in aged care is not going to have an adverse effect from polypharmacy? Are there other technology things that can occur? We've got one nursing home I know of where the nurses wear a brooch, their name badge. At night time, when somebody presses a bell, the person who owns this nursing home, she's got a couple of them, says to the nurse, Mr. Such and Such rang for your assistance to go to the toilet and it took you 15 minutes to go and you weren't in any other room. When they walk into the room, it registers they've gone in. Technology's got a part to play. Barney told us what it's like as lived experience. He also talks about some of the solutions, and I dip my hat to him and I wish he were here to be giving the evidence himself.
Finally, before we conclude, every witness is given an opportunity to indicate what should change. What's your wish list? What does the Commission need to know about to make the system better? Is there anything you wanted to say in that regard?
Well, I think we need to reset the balance of power between protection measures and autonomy and independence. I've emphasised the need for workforce education. I'd like to see the Royal Commission focus on best practice. There are many aged care facilities which are giving world-class care to their residents. How can they do it on the same funding as another one which isn't? And I believe that we should have a ranking for best practice. And we should have a carrot for best practice. The aged care standards provide a minimum. We saw Oakden meet all of those old 44 standards and were failing. You can have the rights on a wall, but if they're not in the hearts and minds of the staff, you may as well not have them. You have the standards, unless they're upheld to the highest degree, again, they're failing. And Barney talks, and I hadn't read it when I wrote the submission, he talks about the ticker box approach. The ticker box approach in meeting standards is just good enough. But what we should achieve through the Royal Commission is more than good enough. Thank you.
That's my examination. Thank you, Commissioners.
Dr. Patterson, you mentioned in your evidence your concern for the care of the baby boomers in the not too distant future, and we've been asking the specialist gerontologists, I think you use the American term, geriatricians as seems to be the term still used in Australia, about whether there's going to be enough people with that specialist knowledge available when they're going to be needed, and that has led more questioning about whether there is an adequate provision within our medical system for the training places necessary if more are going to be needed. And we've been getting a lot of general reassurance from current practitioners that, yes, there's enough coming through the system. Is that your impression, or do you have concern that we may be needing to train up more specialists and also, of course, in the nursing profession?
Commissioner, there are two different disciplines a geriatrician or a geriatric physiotherapist or a geriatric OT, occupational therapist, is about working with the elderly and sick elderly and treatment of disease in the elderly. The gerontologist, however, could be a biologist or a sociologist or a psychologist or even a statistician who looks at the changing nature of individuals as they get older, not necessarily old and sick, but older, changes in cognition, changes in physical attributes, or what does an older population mean when you've got a dependent on a smaller youth population. So it's two quite different separate issues. I think I'm not up to date enough in terms of the training, but I will say that one comparison I used to make in the 1970s was we had one professor of geriatrics in the whole of Australia and we had 12 professors of paediatrics. I don't know whether that ratio is still the same, but we really do need to make sure and I don't know, I can't give evidence and give an accurate response because my education days are long behind me in terms of knowing the field that well.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Patterson, thank you very much for your evidence. It's been very enlightening to hear your views on the areas that we're considering and how they overlap with your responsibilities as the Age Discrimination Commissioner, and we're very grateful to you for coming all this way. And if I may say so personally, I share your views of Senator Kearney. He was a wonderful man and a colleague at the Victorian Bar for many years.
And a wonderful character.
That document that you've read has had a profound impact on this commission and will no doubt guide our inquiries and the results of those inquiries as we progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner, I tender Dr. Patterson's statement.
Yes, the statement of the Age Discrimination Commissioner, Dr. Patterson, dated the 14th of June 2009, will be Exhibit 5-27. The Commission will adjourn until 2 o'clock.
All stand. All commissions are adjourned at 2 p.m.
Yes, Ms Burton.
Thank you, Commissioner. I understand my friend would like to announce his appearance.
If the Commissioners please, my name is Tran. I appear with the Commissioner's leave on behalf of the Silver Chain Group in respect of Ms Fisher's evidence.
Yes, Mr Chan. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. I call Dale Allison Fisher.
Yes, I am. I solemnly and sincerely
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence that I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms Fisher. You may take a seat if that's more comfortable for you. What is your full name?
Dale Allison Fisher.
Is there a copy of a witness statement in front of you?
Yes, there is.
I just ask you to leaf through the pages and confirm for the Commissioners that that is your statement.
Yes, it is.
Operator, could you please bring up document WIT.0210.0001.0001. Commissioners, I tender the statement of Dale Allison Fisher dated 4 June 2019.
Yes, the witness statement of Dale Allison Fisher dated 3 June 2019 will be Exhibit 5-27.
Ms Fisher, I should start with your by asking you if you have any amendments to your statement.
Yes, I do. I have two corrections. The first correction is on paragraph 83, where the sentence reads, our client base is split 70-30 non-malignant, malignant. That should be reversed and say 30 non-malignant, 70 malignant.
So the new sentence will read, our current client base in PCS is split 30-70 non-malignant, malignant.
That's correct.
Thank you, Ms Fisher. What was the next amendment?
The second amendment is paragraph 11, the last sentence, which reads, we employ more than 4,100 people, including more than 90 doctors. We do not currently employ more than 90 doctors. We employ 52. The reason for that amendment is when we were collecting the data, we included our trainee doctors.
So in that case, should we delete the words more than 90 and substitute 52?
Yes.
And the new sentence will read, we employ more than 4,100 people, including 52 doctors. Are you satisfied with that amendment?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Ms Fisher. Could you please describe your current role and any prior roles that may be relevant to your evidence today?
Yes, I'm currently the Chief Executive Officer of the Silver Chain Group, which is a national aged and healthcare organisation that focuses on home care. I have held that appointment since December 2018, and prior to this appointment I was the Chief Executive Officer of the Peter MacCallum Cancer Centre and Institute, and that's in Victoria. I held that role for 5 years, and prior to that I was the Chief Executive Officer of the Royal Women's Hospital, again in Victoria in the Parkville precinct, for 9 years.
Thank you. You've mentioned that Silver Chain provides home care services. Could you tell the Commission a bit more about the services that Silver Chain provides?
Yes, thank you. The services that we provide are community-based services, so we provide health and aged care in the community, and we have been in Perth for over 30 years in palliative care, but the Silver Chain organisation has had a history of 110 years in Western Australia. And we also have services in South Australia, which is the Royal District Nursing Service. So we look after people in the community there. And we also have services in Queensland, which is around hospital in the home. We also have services in New South Wales, palliative care, and also in Victoria.
Where are home care services provided, Ms Fisher?
Predominantly they are provided in the Perth area, and we also have home services, aged care services in South Australia.
How many palliative care clients in Western Australia does Silver Chain look after?
We look after 600 people a day, and that's around 3,500. That's in our palliative care services in Perth, metropolitan
alone?
Perth. Yes.
And do you have some numbers at a national level?
Yes, we have over 100,000 clients across the nation.
Now, the Royal Commission has heard about the importance of home care, particularly during Adelaide Hearing 2. In the context of this hearing, which is in person-centred care, how is palliative care provided in the home by Silver Chain?
As I said, Silver Chain is focused on assisting people to stay in their home, whether that is because that's the choice that they make. And in Perth in particular, by a decision of previous governments, it was determined from a policy perspective that 30 years ago that the community palliative care should be built up as opposed to building institutions. And so Silver Chain was able to develop a model of care that over those years that's able to service such a large amount of people so that people can choose to live and die in the home.
How does Silver Chain assist people to stay in the home through the provision of palliative care?
We assist in many ways. We use a person-centred model of care, which means that we work with the client, as we call them, within that domain of their home. Philosophically, we believe it's really important that we transfer the power and control of care to the person affected. And clearly the family as well are important in that definition. So we have developed a model over many years that we've drawn on international best practice, both in person-centred care and palliative care. And we have a model where we can look after a person's end of life, which in the community it usually is about 70 days. So we will look after a person at the end of their life through palliative care. So initially the visits, if you'd like me to expand?
Yes. Please expand, Ms. Fisher.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So initially there would be, in the evidence, my guidebook. So in the first interaction with a client and their family, the goals of care would be established. So what does that person who is in control and wants to make decisions about their care and their health outcomes so that the person can stay well and the person can stay engaged and in control. Coming from tertiary institutions, which is geared up to acute care, we have a legacy in the Australian health system where we're disease focused. And usually the medicalisation has taken away the power from the patient in an acute setting. And so Silver Chain really, it's a small but seismic shift in giving the power to the person who is at the end of their life. And so as the disease progresses, and in cancer it might be what we call a more rapid decline, or in chronic conditions at end of life, the time can vary. So Silver Chain's able to draw on its multidisciplinary team. By that I mean doctors, nurses, carers, allied health, and other social support services to actually look after the person in the home. But the key is that the person is always in control. So it's an iterative process, and we build up our services to support the client right up to the death. And so what that might mean is that we can bring equipment, oxygen, we can bring in instruments to deal with pain and symptom control. We can also bring in support for the carers because, as you could imagine, it's quite a stressful time. We have a psychosocial model, so bereavement support, psychosocial. So at the end of life, we will look after the carer for up to 3 months after the death. And so it's quite a complex and, may I say, unique model in Western Australia, in Perth in particular, that we would like to liberate across the country.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. You mentioned that Silver Chain has a history spanning some 100 years. Is the person-centred care model a recent phenomenon, or is it part of Silver Chain's long history?
The person-centred in Silver Chain is around 20 years development, and that came about at the same time when there was a movement into consumer choice and control. And so Silver Chain has, as part of its way of doing things, researches what the best practice is. And so person-centred care became a key feature of the Silver Chain model, not only in palliative care but in other models over 20 years ago.
You mentioned that Silver Chain services in palliative care include a range of aspects, such as allied health and medication administration. Could you inform the Commission a bit more about how palliative care is administered in the home?
It is administered initially with a multidisciplinary team, and as the disease or the end-of-life experience, if you can call it that, nears its end, it draws on more specialty expertise. So specialty palliative care doctors will be, looking after and case managing that particular individual, along with specialist palliative care nurses, general nurses, and allied health, and depending on what the needs of the client is at any particular time.
Ms Fisher, how involved is the family in decision making at this time?
The family is key in assisting with decision making. Usually it is the client's choice to stay at home, to die at home. That choice does need to be supported by a family member or a carer in some cases, and that the carer may not necessarily be a family member, but family however defined. But they are critical to supporting that client through the various stages of palliative care. And so we include in our client, if you like, the carer as well. So we care for the carer to make sure that their psychological stress is minimised during what is quite a stressful time. And as the patient's cognitive ability may deteriorate through the disease process, or in fact through medication, the dependency on a carer escalates. So we can provide respite care as part of our model as well, to give a rest, for example, for the carer.
So in the context of providing services, palliative care services in the home, what is the effect of not transferring control to the family and instead keeping control and choice with the person?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
I'm interested to explore with you the person-centred care model and how, to what extent the person receiving treatment retains control and makes choices rather than perhaps a hospital setting where control might be transferred to others, the family or to clinicians.
So again, the tool that we use is the My Guidebook tool, which is we also develop what's a care plan, which is agreed goals. So when the client, and we work with the client and the family to express those goals. So everything is understood initially. We also encourage it's a form of an advanced care plan, which we support, so that everyone is clear about what the pathway is. And so while we don't go into what's called an advanced care directive, when we have those established and agreed goals, that the family and carer will honour those objectives of the care plan, because it's all done upfront or during the process, and so that when if there is a crisis or there is an episode where perhaps the family isn't coping, the wishes of the client, supported by the carer, are fulfilled.
You mentioned the role of advanced care planning. Is Silver Chain involved in supporting the person to prepare to do advanced care planning, or is that something that's left with the client and their family to take care of?
No, Silver Chain would facilitate the advanced care plan, and the manifestation of that is through the My Care Plan or My Guidebook. We do have other models that are in my evidence, where a program called Integrum, where we use advanced care planning in particular, either through the patient's GP or we have general medical officers, and our goal is that everybody in that program would have an advanced advanced care plan, and we're very keen to encourage more advanced care planning in the community.
Ms Fisher, what are the entry criteria to palliative care services at home through Silver Chain?
The entry criteria is referral by a palliative care service in a hospital, for example, or a registered nurse or a GP can refer to the palliative care program.
Are clients able to receive palliative care through a home care package?
The clients can receive a palliative care, home care package as part of their palliative care. Sometimes, however, the delay in receiving a package is such that the client doesn't receive a home care package, and we think that's could be improved. For example, the palliative care, 70 days isn't a long time, so that's the average length of time for palliative services at Silver Chain. So that even if a client was eligible for a home care package, the wait for a level 1 and 2 is 3 to 6 months, but a level 4 package can take a year, and so clearly that doesn't add up. So it may be that the diagnosis is quite sudden, palliative care is required, and so the ability to draw on care packages is not there. Silver Chain started as a charity, and we do provide services beyond those of which we funded. For example, last year we provided $1.8 million worth of care so that people who needed more complex care in the home, which can be done, we were able to support them through Silver Chain funds.
Thank you, Ms Fisher. Your statement suggests at paragraph 104 talks about the delay and referral pathways and also the effect of delay and seems to suggest that clients who receive palliative care at home receive palliative care earlier than those in residential care. Why is that the case?
The referral for palliative care services into aged care facilities, and for this, can I talk about the Western Australian experience, is we believe that we are not referred to early enough. And so that referral can come from the aged care facility registered nurse, for example, or it can come from the client who's in the aged care facility's GP. But we believe that the referrals are not early enough because the rules aren't clearly defined. The referral pathways are not clearly defined. The staff in aged care facilities are not always trained. Aged care facilities don't necessarily have registered nurses. And so when Silver Chain are called in, we can respond, but it usually, the end of life is usually only days left in that person's life. So clearly with 70 days in the community and only several days, that being said, I'm sure that people are supported, but not with specialist palliative care. So we think earlier referrals from the facility or from the providers of care or the GP needs to be more transparent and clear.
How can early referral improve outcomes for a client?
We believe specialist palliative care is fundamental in looking after people at the end of their life. So symptom control, for example, of pain. And so the death process, depending on the person, varies in different ways. So it may be that the cognitive ability of the person in an aged care facility is not such that they can express that they need. But I think we believe at Silver Chain that the discussion of the reality of the end of life, and we believe that death is part of the life cycle and needs to be talked more openly. And so advanced care planning in aged care facilities, the conversation with the family that it is the end of the life. And I think even in Australia we don't talk about death enough in our community, and so we think that there is these cultural barriers to people realising that this is the end.
Thank you, Ms Fisher. You mentioned in your evidence that Silver Chain was first established in Western Australia. Why? What was unique about the West Australian context?
What was unique, Silver Chain actually started as a children's charity to look after children's health, street children's health and education. And so from that charitable origin, it has developed to look after people as a not-for-profit organisation. So one of the great things about the not-for-profit is we don't have shareholders, we have stakeholders, but our major stakeholder is our client. And so it has built up in a service level over many years, but really the palliative care program started 30 years ago, where I said that the government decided instead of building facilities, it would build a community program. And I think that in Australia, we were a bit obsessed with institutions. We have actually got rid of institutions for mental health. We've got rid of institutions for disability, and here we are still building institutions for our older Australians. And so I think with the foresight of the Western Australia government at the time, they decided to build up the strength of the community palliative care. And so the Perth community, it's actually enshrined in their culture now that Silver Chain is a well-known brand and respected because we can support people in their home to die with dignity while they're in control.
Ms Fisher, we talked a little bit about access, and I want to explore that with you further. What changes, such as changes in funding or other changes, are required to improve access to specialist palliative care services in the home?
Look, I think if I could start with the patient choice. I think that we know that 70% of Australians want to die at home and only 20% are able to do that, and yet 50% of people living in Perth can die at home. So the change of policy needs to be community care matters, and community care not only matters to Australian people, but it also matters in terms of the economics. So if you can't win an argument, the health economics is quite significant. The Grattan Institute prepared a report in 2014 highlighting the value of community care and the fact that it actually makes sense in a health economic sense. So I think that there needs to be a policy shift in each jurisdiction to support palliative community care. It can be done. That's what Australians want. And then there is this Commonwealth state divide, so perhaps there needs to be a requirement of the Commonwealth to require states to increase its support of community palliative care, but also perhaps new money can be pulled together to come up with innovative models. And I think that we have a very interesting project in the west of Sydney using a social investment money to do a 7-year pilot project with the Sydney West Health Service, where we're looking at community palliative care, and that's 2 years in. And so we'll be very interested in the evaluation of that, which is done independently to show the economic value. This is what Australian wants, and we can provide good quality care. So I think that we do have some signature projects to demonstrate the value in other jurisdictions.
Ms Fisher, just continuing on funding, is funding an access issue in that you mentioned in your statement that the number of clients requesting or requiring home palliative care exceeds service provision. Is that partly a funding issue?
Yes. Again, one of the reasons that community palliative care in Perth built up so strongly and on scale is because it was called block funding, and so it wasn't capped. So the expertise, time has built up a very strong, robust service. Usually most of the health payment system is about output or throughput. So even the GPs have to look after X amount of patients because they're paid by patient, and so even the GPs looking after people in the community perhaps we need to look at the funding of that to support people in the home, to look after more complex patients in the home, so a case management fee, for example. And so funding is a problem at the primary level, the state level and the Commonwealth.
You mentioned in your statement that Silver Chain has self-funded $1.8 million each year in additional palliative care services for Western Australian clients.
Yes.
And on average, this is the equivalent of 300 clients. What does that mean?
That means that if someone is referred to us and we have met our targets, we will not say no to them. It may be that the funding over X amount of life goes longer. We will not abandon our clients if they're still in need and they don't run to the 70-day cycle. So what we do is we are the safety net for those clients that either aren't eligible for funding's run out, or their disease has progressed in a way that the system can't support it. So that's one of the reasons I wanted to lead Silver Chain, because of the amazing work it does.
Ms Fisher, you've mentioned the 70-day cycle a couple of times.
Yes.
Could you tell the Royal Commission a bit more about that and what that means?
That means that when a person first comes into palliative care services, their end-of-life duration is really not understood. It depends on the basic health of the client, it depends on the disease progress, and every individual experience is different. And so that 70 days is the average of the length of stay, if you like, in the Silver Chain model in Perth.
Ms Fisher, you've also mentioned the role of the carer and the importance of caring for the carer. Can advanced care planning and having palliative care at home improve the experience for a carer?
Yes, we believe it does. The carer is vital to the success of care in the home, and so the carer needs caring. The carer's burden, if you like, is better supported or managed if the goals are very clear about what the person that they're caring for is expressed and understood. And while I've only been at Silver Chain for now 7 months, I actually went out and visited with the Silver Chain staff into people's home and watched the role of the carers, and I can tell you there's some amazing stuff happening, and the carer's role is vital and must be supported, and Silver Chain provides respite for carers so that they can have a break. And we also provide some training for carers as well. So we include carers in our education and training of how to look after their loved one.
So how does Silver Chain provide respite in the context of its services?
We have, for example, in Perth, we have 6 social centres that really support our aged care program. But what that also does is actually assist the carers to get a break. So we have transport as well, so we can pick up the client, take them to the social centre, and in the social centre there are programs that range from nutrition to social engagements, and some physiotherapy, reablement. And so that time that the client is in the social centre, that gives a break to the carer so that they can do some other things that fulfills their life ambition.
You mentioned in your statement, Ms Fisher, that Silver Chain provides coordination services for its clients, and this seems to come through in one of the case studies, in particular case study 3 at the back of your evidence about Mrs A. Could you please provide the Commission with some further information about this example? Perhaps talk the Commissioners through the example.
Yes, thank you so much, and I can see that the case study as presented would have been understood, but with your indulgence I did get an update on that particular client to see what had happened with Mrs A. Would that be okay?
Thank you, please.
Yes, thank you. Mrs A had received Silver Chain palliative care for 12 months, so longer than the 70 days. And she's about to be she's just about to be discharged, so she hasn't died as yet, to a level 4 home care package and the GP care, and she's now in a stable phase. she has not been admitted to hospital through the whole time she's been with Silver Chain. In addition to what is provided in the witness statement, and she did give consent for me to share this with the Commission, we facilitated the complex adoption process for her 6-year-old grandson. We communicated with her grandson about her future, including assisting to make a memory box. Sorry. We supported her grandson directly in managing the complex emotions associated with his grandmother's illness, and we're providing ongoing bereavement support for Mrs A because her daughter died as well. And that is the mother of the grandson. We provided medical and nursing care to manage her symptoms and to stabilise her conditions. I said we organise a home care package, but also importantly, we've developed plans for Mrs A to die at home, and so she will come to Silver Chain for palliative care services when required. And I think if I could go back to the original statement, Mrs A mentioned that she believes the same level of palliative care support in the social model as we expressed in her story should be received by everyone in Australia.
How is Mrs A's grandson doing now, Ms Fisher?
We are helping him with clearly he's got a very complex, I'm not aware directly, but the fact that we're able to organise his impending adoption, I think, is a remarkable story.
You mentioned earlier that Silver Chain has its own community social centres in response to one of my questions.
Yes.
Where are they and how do they operate?
They are in various, we have 6 in Metro Melbourne, and we have 7 around the Western Australia country. They have been around, I think, for well over 10 or 11 years, and they're either acquired or part donated, and we run them as I said, social centres that are available to Silver Chain clients.
And you also mentioned the integral model, Ms Fisher. Could you tell the Commission a bit more about the integral model of care?
Silver Chain wishes to advance the models of care in order to support people to live and die in their homes, as is to live their lives, confidently as they choose. Silver Chain, as part of their innovative culture, not only on the technology but in research and development, has developed a new model called Integrum, which I had to look up when I started, which is Latin for restore. And the idea of that Integrum program, which is one centre in Perth, is using a GP practice model where we look after, and currently we have around 160 clients who the eligibility, you must be over 65, you must have more than 2 chronic diseases, and you would have had multiple hospital admissions. And so this new model, and you only have to be 50 if you're one of Australia's first people. So these clients being looked after in a general practice setting. As I said previously, GPs really aren't funded to look after complexity. So this case management model can look after clients in the home quite effectively. And so it is like a GP practice. The client can come in, there is a general practice assessment. Each client has an advanced care plan, so we know what the goals are of the care. Then the case is managed by a registered nurse, and we can draw on allied health people to support, depending, we can use transport, we can assist people to go to clinics, and we can actually, look, the system is very complex and hard to navigate. And so the Integrum model is it is mostly case management, but also navigating through the system so that people can get better support for their disease, so specialty support, medical support, or general community support. And we believe could be a model for the future to deal with complex complex conditions in the home, and it can be done. So we're really trying to pave the way for a new model of primary care to keep people in the home. And that's been funded, but mostly about 60%, 50 to 60% by home care packages. We got a grant from Western Australia Primary Health Alliance, just about 900,000. And then Silver Chain, again, is investing in this model as well, so that we can prove the concept and the outcomes of preventing avoidable admissions to hospital in particular.
Ms Fisher, to what extent is access to Integrum privately funded?
There is a percentage of private funding which is diminished, and it is only 1% of the current program
Thank
this
you,
year.
Ms Fisher. And does it improve client outcomes to provide case management, in your experience?
We believe it helps with the actual experience. It prevents hospital admissions. The review and the assessment of those outcomes are in a report due at the end of June, and that's being done by a university partner and a commercial partner to demonstrate the health outcomes are better for the client.
Oh, thank you, Ms Fisher. Would you be able to supply that report to the Royal Commission when it's available?
I'd be very pleased to.
Ms Fisher, we ask all of our witnesses whether they could bring a wish list to the Royal Commission, and if you could change 5 or a few things about the current system, what would be on your list?
The first thing that Silver Chain would wish for would be to increase advanced care planning in the community, and would believe that an NBS number for that, for the advanced care for GPs, would increase the amount of advanced care planning in the community. The second wish would be to have higher levels of home care packages, level 5 and perhaps 6, which means that you wouldn't have to rely on charitable arms to support older and vulnerable Australians in the home, that they can access specialist palliative care in the community. So the packages need to be flexible and look after and draw on quite specialty expertise, specialist palliative care, including medical and nursing, so that clients can live and die in the community. The third wish list, which I'm actually quite passionate about, is death literacy. We need, as a society, to talk about death more. Death is a part of the life cycle, and socially and culturally, we don't have those conversations. So we could have a national health literacy, public health literacy project where we start to have that conversation. I'd like to see earlier referral and provision of specialist palliative care services and in-reach into aged care facilities, and I've talked earlier about that. It's really important that an aged care facility is someone's home, and so they really do deserve to have specialist palliative care in the home, and we would like to see that as a requirement. And the fifth change, is to see palliative care in the home be available in every jurisdiction, and I've said the statistics before about that's what people want. And case study 3, Mrs. A, does illustrate that point. And again, we're obsessed with the building institutions, and then one of my personal KPIs is when I can work out how to put a ribbon around community care, and for someone to open community care as the new virtual institution of health, and that I would have done my job as a leader of Silver Chain, providing health and aged care in the community, so Australians can confidently live and die as they wish to.
Thank you very much, Ms Fisher. That concludes my examination, Commissioners.
Ms Fisher, you mentioned the figure, I think, of $1.8 million that Silver Chain provides to support palliative care. Are you able to put a rough percentage on how much of that would not have been necessary had it been for timely government funding to which the individual was otherwise entitled, but there has just been a delay in the funding coming through.
I do believe that the requirement for funding is due to, in part, to the delay in packages for people in palliative care in the community. I wouldn't want to guess a figure, but certainly that is a factor in us requiring to fund people in the home.
And do you find that GPs and other referrers of people to your services feel inhibited about making referrals if they think the person has got more than the 10 weeks yet to live?
I think that might play out subtly.
And do you think that might also be a factor in aged care residential facilities delaying to the last minute referrals?
I wouldn't like to guess how the aged care facilities do operate, but again, I think that is, perhaps a factor.
So one of the things we need to be looking at is seeing whether that 10-week limit is appropriate in all circumstances, and perhaps looking at creative ways of ensuring that people get the funding to which they're entitled a lot quicker when they're terminally ill than they might otherwise do when they apply for home care.
Yes, I think, some way of fast-tracking or bringing down the barriers of that time would be, I think would make a huge difference to Australians' lives.
Yes. Thank you, Ms Fisher. Well, thank you very much for taking the time to prepare a very detailed statement. The case studies are also very helpful for obvious reasons, and we will work our way through this as quickly as we can, and hopefully make some recommendations that will ensure that people get timely care, and organisations such as yours are not bearing expenses that would otherwise be borne by the public system. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. If this witness may please be excused. I now call Matthew John Moore.
May I be excused, Commissioners?
Yes. That's right. Oh, sorry.
And repeat after me. I swear
I swear
that Almighty God,
that Almighty God,
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence that I shall give,
will be the truth,
the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but
and
the
nothing
truth.
but the truth. Thank you.
Mr Moore, if you could take a seat, if that's more comfortable for you. What is your full name?
Matthew John Moore,
And what is your current role?
General Manager, Aged and Disability Services for the Institute of Urban Indigenous Health.
Have you prepared a statement for the Royal Commission?
I have.
And is there a copy of your witness statement in front of you?
Yes, there is.
Could you just leaf through the pages and identify it as yours?
Yes, that's mine.
Operator, could you please bring up wit.0162.0001.0001? Do you have any amendments to your statement, Mr Moore?
No, I do not.
Is it true and correct on the basis of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
I tender the statement of Matthew John Moore dated the 30th of May 2019.
Yes, the witness statement of Matthew John Moore dated 30 May 2019 will be Exhibit 5-28.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, I want to turn first to your experience, Mr Moore, and it is extensive. You led the preparation of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Aged Care Diversity Action Plan, which was commissioned by Ken Wyatt, the former Aged Care Minister and the current Minister for Indigenous People. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Could you describe your other relevant experience in this area?
In this area, initially when I finished grade 12 at school, I did a retail Coles Myer traineeship for about 7 years. On completion of that, I then worked in a job placement agency getting young disabled kids into employment before taking on a role as the manager of a community-controlled Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander aged care service in the Scenic Rim region of South East Queensland for all but 17 years. On completion of that, I went into aged and community care consultancy for a couple of years, of which that's the capacity in which I then came to the Institute to establish community aged care services for the Institute of Indigenous Health.
Thank you, Mr Moore. Operator, could you please bring up paragraph 19 of Mr Moore's statement? In this paragraph, Mr Moore, you quote some statistics taken from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare website. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
I just want to take the commissioners through that. Indigenous Australians are 2.3 times as likely to die early or live with poor health compared to non-Indigenous Australians. Indigenous Australians are 2.1 times as likely to have a profound or severe core activity limitation than non-Indigenous Australians, and Indigenous Australians are likely to experience dementia at 3 to 5 times the rates of non-Indigenous Australians. Indigenous Australians are 2.7 times more likely to live in disadvantaged areas compared to non-Indigenous people, based on the index which you quote. I'm also interested in taking the Commission to the statistics in the third dot point of your paragraph 19. You quote that the data shows that the Indigenous 50 plus years intercensal growth between 2011 and 2016 was the fastest growing Indigenous age cohort, being 39%, which is double that of non-Indigenous age population growth. Could you please put these statistics into its context for the Commission?
Yeah, so the context is that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people age earlier, and the burden of disease and chronic disease that impacts on their lives is more profound. And that whilst the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander highest growth is 50 plus, it leads people to think that the closing the gap strategies must be working. Unfortunately, the closing the gap strategies, they're being compared to general Australian population, which are among the healthiest in the world, and unfortunately that doesn't reflect that they're actually, whilst Aboriginal elders are living longer, the actual gap of life expectancy is not closing. So the so what of that is that there are no targeted strategies to deal with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander elders in the aged care system, and we're going to have to come up with some strategies to address that.
You also quote the growth rate of the Indigenous population aged 65 and over. What's the growth rate? The projection is over
200% growth rate. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, again, like I just said, I think that it means that we're going to have to come up with strategies to address the Aboriginal people living longer. I think we're going to have to come up with targeted strategies to address how we're going to deal with them within the aged care system.
So when you talk about the strategies that we need to develop, are you saying that the existing strategies are deficient?
Absolutely. I don't think there is targeted strategies to address Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander aged care. The action plan, which is just has been presented by the Minister, there's been no evidence that's been rolled out yet that it's made any difference. But apart from that, I don't think there is targeted strategies for Aboriginal aged care.
So in terms of the implementation plans that exist at a Commonwealth level, is your point really that there's a lack of evidence of implementation rather than a lack of planning?
Yes.
Okay. So you quote in your evidence some work that's been done by a centre at ANU. And I'd just like to bring up tab 43 of the tender bundle, please, operator. I think that's the Broome tender bundle.
Yep.
Thank you. So you might be aware, Mr Moore, that we had a hearing recently in Broome, well, last week in Broome, where we had a focus on delivery of aged care services to remote communities,
Yeah.
including Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities.
Yes.
And we're particularly interested in hearing from you on the experience in the urban settings, as well as to complement the evidence that we've heard today. Now,
Yeah, sorry. No, I was just going to say that the CAPA report clearly shows, as the commissioners will be aware, I don't have lived experience in the rural, in the remote areas. However, I think that, you know, broader Australia, actually, when we talk about Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, their minds go straight to the remote communities. So that what the CAPA report actually reflects is that more than 80%, actually close to 85% of Aboriginal people now live in urban and large regional settings. So whilst I would never try, you know, the issues and the problems that our brothers and sisters have in those remote communities should never be downplayed, and not just geographic. They've got some significant stuff that they need to deal with. But I think that people need to understand that if we're going to make a difference for the broader Aboriginal community, we're going to have some urban strategies as well as those remote strategies. An example is in South East Queensland, where we operate, the fastest growing Aboriginal community in Australia. In that pocket of South East Queensland corner, 3-hour drive one way and an hour the other, there's more than 80,000 Aboriginal people live now. And so I suppose the reason that I highlight this is that there needs to be an urban strategy. It can't just be that we do look after the remote strategy.
One thing we were told in Broome was that there wasn't a significant difference between health outcomes for urban Aboriginal communities and rural Aboriginal communities, and the evidence seemed to suggest that one possible reason for that is that the urban Aboriginal people are reluctant to seek services that are available for cultural and other reasons. Is that your experience?
That is my experience. I think it's a fallacy to think that just because they live in an urban setting they have good access, good pathways. I think that there's, and part of my paper goes to talk about some of the reasons why I think that is. But yeah, absolutely, that's my experience, that the same outcomes across the country.
And just one related issue, and it's sort of counterintuitive, but one of the figures you quote in your statement is that it's anticipated that there will be a significant increase in the number of Aboriginal people over the age of 65 in the coming years, which would seem to suggest that there has been or will be anticipated improvement in health provision for these people who, for that reason, are going to live longer than might have been the case on average in the past. Is that a contradiction, or?
No, I don't think it's a contradiction, and I think that if you just looked at the Aboriginal statistics and population, it would lead you to that their life expectancy is they're living longer and their health outcomes should be better. But when it's compared to normal Australia, who's also living longer and their health outcomes are better, the gap that we talk about I don't think is closing. But it would be true to say that yes, they will live longer, their health outcomes should be better. But they just won't catch up to mainstream Australia at the rate with the changes with what's happening currently.
Thank you. Cool. Yes, Ms. Bird.
Thank you, Commissioner. Operator, could you please bring up figure 5 of the report? Figure 5. Huh? Just what, Mr. Moore, just while the operator is bringing up the figure that you wanted to take the commission to, that's it, figure 5. Thank you, operator. I wanted to ask you about, just on the point you were making a moment ago in discussion with Commissioner Tracy, about age-specific disability rates. Are they higher among the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander population than non-Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people?
Yes, the work that we did before the NDIS work that we're doing currently now, taking the data from the last census about Aboriginal people that identified that they need assistance with an activity of daily living that are under 65 years of age. The work that we did actually demonstrated that they're up to 5 times more likely to have a disability, and that the actual rates of disability as per stated, we think should nearly be doubled, if not tripled, to reflect what really is.
Would support be better delivered by the Commonwealth to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who need care through the NDIS rather than through the aged care system?
I think that the aged care system is still catching up now about the rollout, as the commissioners would be aware, and the commission, that the changes to the aged care system have not taken the most vulnerable into account through the reforms and through the changes. I think that the aged care system itself is still catching up with dealing with the most vulnerable in our community, of which Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are. And I think that the NDIA and the disability sector is even further behind than that, as they roll out these huge reforms and huge changes. I don't think that they have designed the system for the most vulnerable people as well. So whilst there's that area of 50 to 65, which actually the Aboriginal cohort sit in between both, I actually think that aged care, I think that I would be recommending that they try and gain access to both systems and have a look at which one they can actually get into. Yeah.
And are there other criteria that should be applied in assessing which model of care provision is most appropriate in a particular community?
I was going to say the health, the success of the Institute has been the basis for our assessed need of a client, whether it's in the disability or the aged care sector, is based on health need first.
Yeah.
So a comprehensive health assessment, which actually then points to whether it's a health-related issue, it's an aged care-related issue, it's a disability-related issue, I think would be essential. I don't know where across the country other communities do that very, thoroughly.
Mr. Moore, could you tell us about the Institute's model of care?
So the Institute's model of care is an integrated primary health care aged care model, and it's based on the premises I just alluded to, that comprehensive health check underpins everything we do. So the Institute's model is that if there are needs that are assessed needs or identified needs that sit within the health system, then there's internal communications and referral pathways to make sure that appropriate services are provided by the appropriate bits of the services that are provided. It's a comprehensive model of care, and we are fortunate enough for the Institute to have multiple income streams. So everything from aged care is one funded stream, but we've got clinical care, we have chronic disease management, we have family wellbeing, we have mums and bubs, we have health prevention, health promotion. So we've got a suite of services that would actually wrap around the client, and it's not just a standalone isolated aged care service.
You talk in your statement about person-centred care and consumer-directed care at paragraphs 28 and 29. What are the key differences between the two in the context of service delivery to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities?
For us, fundamentally, I think person-centred care is where you put the person in the centre of their required needs and their assessed needs. And consumer-directed care is where you put the person in the centre of either a goods or services suite of service. So as for us, if, like I said, aged care is just one part of the actual makeup of a client's needs. So for the integrated model of care and the holistic model that we have, if that client has chronic disease and has some clinical requirements, maybe has some family wellbeing services that have to happen, to make it person-centred for them, we refer and get services that are appropriate for that level. And so the aged care bucket is not left to pick up the tab for a clinical care requirement or for a chronic disease management requirement or whatever. So aged care just becomes part of the suite of services that actually can address the needs of that client. So we put the person in the centre of their holistic needs. How for consumer-directed care, it only puts them in the centre of their aged care requirements. And I think my experience is that more often than not, a lot of their aged care dollars are spent actually for them getting primary health care or getting chronic disease management or getting other transport. So their aged care money is being spent on other services. Yeah.
Are these labels helpful?
No, I don't. Well, for a good service like ours, we have a no-wrong-door approach. our clients, I would say, don't necessarily know all the work that goes on in the background to actually unpick the silos of funding and to actually refer and make sure that we triage appropriately to the appropriate bucket of money that we get, you know. Allied health is a classic example. Allied health is funded in aged care, it's funded in clinical care, it's funded in primary health care, it's funded in chronic disease management, it's funded in a whole heap of areas. So for us, when one of our clients comes in and can actually access their entitlement to some allied health services through their clinical care, then we don't have to allocate that out of their aged care package. That aged care money can be spent on their aged care itself. So I think for a good holistic service, where the client's in the middle and it's consumer-directed care, they don't need to actually label whereabouts the money's coming from. They just need to get the care that they require in the way that they require it. Yeah.
You talk about the relationship of trust and respect in provision of care to your clients, including gender and age of the care worker and matching up gender and age wherever possible.
Yeah.
Why is that important?
For Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, again, there's the cultural considerations around, you know, an elderly Aboriginal female really does not want, or maybe it's not culturally appropriate to get a young Aboriginal male to come and do the personal care or the you know, any of those sort of requirements. But the trust relationship is Aboriginal people, in my experience, want Aboriginal community to service them. You know, some of the barriers that are broken down, you know, by having an Aboriginal person that understands community, understands culture, understands whatever when they're doing their caring role, gives us access into their lives, gives us access into their homes, their families, and the willingness to accept services. I think it's a real barrier, and I think that part of the issue around mainstream aged care providers not being able to understand and address that, is I don't think that there's an understanding that that's not just a slight thing, that it's actually it's ingrained in culture, and it's you know, and it actually assists to break down barriers to provide service and care.
How else might Indigenous status be relevant to care for your clients?
Indigenous status be relevant.
So I'm thinking being whether or not a worker and a care recipient both identify as Indigenous and Torres Strait Islander or not. For example, can a non-Indigenous care worker provide care to an Indigenous care recipient?
Yeah, they can. I think that understanding of culture and being accepted within the community and by the client and whatever is an essential part of that. And like I alluded to before, I think that if you are of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander descent and you have an understanding of that stuff, that breaks down some barriers to do that. If you're not Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander and you need to have an understanding, you need to be able to demonstrate the understanding, and it's just another consideration for the employee to be able to gain trust and be able to access the clients. Yeah.
Mr. Moore, how long does it take to build up trust with your clients?
It can take a long time. It can take a long time. It can take a short time. I think that's variable. But in my experience, you know, for all engagements or most engagements we have with our clientele, a high touch, low impact sort of approach is taken. So again, you know, I think part of the issues and part of the problems with the way that the assessment system works within aged care for Aboriginal people at this stage is that on first engagement with an Aboriginal person, you know, a professional person is going to ask a whole series of questions, all which have huge impacts for that person, and that they have to, you know, provide information and about not just their personal requirements, but sometimes about their family situation, about some other things. And so to do that the first time, if you don't understand around those cultural nuances around that, you know, I think that whilst the ACAT teams and the assessment teams are really quite a professional workforce and they're very good at what they do, I think they try and hide behind the fact that everyone's vanilla and it's consumer-directed care, and if we ask these questions, the people will tell us what they need. If there's no understanding or inherent understanding of these cultural barriers first, I don't think they understand that these clients will tell them what they think they want to hear to get them out of their face, to get them out. The result of that is inappropriate assessments, lower levels of care that are approved that appear, or the clients walk away from the system altogether. So the high touch, low impact stuff for us is that, you know, we tell the clients enough information they need to mull it over, think about it, talk to people to come back and ask for the next bit. So the more interaction we have with the smaller chunks of bite-sized information for understanding, then down the path, 3, 4, 6 months down the track is when when the trust is built, and that's when you can actually get to the real issues of what's happening. And another good example of that is that typically for block-funded CHSP services for Aboriginal and Torres Strait communities, in my experience, have been that the lower level, lower impact ones are usually the first ones that are agreed upon. Some transport services, maybe some yard maintenance, maybe whatever. The next level up is when then there's an acceptance that you can come inside the home and you can actually do some domestic assistance and maybe some personal care or some meal preparation, because that then we then start knowing that we've built some trust, because we then get access into their family situation, into the life, into some, and it's usually then, you know, at the second or third review of actually what the care plan or what the care might be, that the clients open up about, well, actually what's going on here is that my daughter doesn't do this for me, I actually do need some personal care, I do have some continence issues, that's the sort of level. So it can take 3 months, can take 12 months, and it's obviously, it's, you know, it's different, but that's for an Aboriginal organisation that have Aboriginal workforce to go in, and that's still the level of that we sometimes engage. So again, for a mainstream service provider that doesn't have the appropriate staff or the appropriate understanding of culture, there's significant barriers for people to access appropriate care or get the quality of care that they require. Yeah.
Does high touch and low impact also talk about? Are you also talking about taking things at the pace of the client?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, one of the mantras that we at the Institute is that under promise and over deliver, because, you know, again, if Aboriginal people are up front that you can do the world for them, then you don't deliver, well then they're more likely to walk away from the actual. So, and I don't even know whether that's a cultural thing, maybe it's just an aged care thing in general, but absolutely, if we overpromise and can't deliver, then it resonates through the community, it does whatever. So we've got this couple of mantras, one is high touch, low impact, the other one is under promise and over deliver. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. You mentioned the role of Indigenous staff and the role of an Indigenous or an Aboriginal controlled and owned entity. How important is it that a facility with Indigenous or Torres Strait Islander care recipients also has Indigenous staff? Yeah,
it's vital, I think. Our experience as we roll services out, the aged care services in the South East Queensland for the Institute of Indigenous Health came about, because there was a gap in that service system for the elders in that community. So when we first rolled services out into the northern suburbs of Brisbane, there was no community-controlled aged care providers. There was a couple of welfare programs run by some faith-based organisations, but less than 50 Aboriginal people out of a population of 35,000 in that catchment were receiving care. The scary part was the 12 months prior, there was only 4 ACAT assessments for Aboriginal people in that same catchment, and only 2 of them were actually approved for a service. So there was significant lack of services there. The first time we rolled services out or attempted to recruit staff into the region, the first 3 times we only had 2 people from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander background that had the qualifications that applied for the roles. So very quickly we realised that we had to build a workforce, given that Aboriginal people want community to service them, and given that because there was no community controlled services in the region and there was no Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community targeted aged care service, none of the community was skilled up to be able to provide the services to them. So very quickly we targeted a contextualised training, getting skills and qualifications for community in that area, and we've been quite successful in doing that over the 5 years now. I think in excess of 100 Aboriginal people have been put through certified training, and I think at a success rate up around 90% and an employment rate of about 85%, which is really quite successful.
So has the Institute been supporting workers to complete Certificate 3?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So we applied for and we're lucky enough to receive some Cert 3 guarantee for the aged care training skill sets. What we did do, but was we negotiated with the RTO in Queensland, a local one, to contextualise the training material to our model of care, and actually to employ the trainers internally and the mentors internally, so that we could work with community members to actually get them their skill sets up, in which the model that we used was pretty much guaranteeing a job on completion of the qualification. And what we have done successfully is that once the first 5 core subjects are done, we've actually been able to offer some casual work on until the students completed their training, to which place then we could then employ them wherever necessary.
To what extent has this been successful for the Institute and for the workforce?
Yeah, so for our aged care business unit, we've got in excess of 70% Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander employment. And so, again, Aboriginal elders wanting community members to service them has been integral to us actually rolling in and growing as successfully as what we have.
To what extent do you find that staff, once they've completed a Certificate 3, to what extent has the Institute been able to retain and continue to train the workforce?
So like I alluded to, I think we've got about 70% Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander employment now. Of those 70%, I would, in excess of 50% have come through our own training systems. We now, the Institute has a leadership program internally built in, so whereby some of those people now are doing some middle management training with the view to be able to have a look at career pathways for them. Yes.
As I mentioned, this hearing partly has a theme of person-centred care, and if that label's not helpful, we can just talk about good quality care. Mm-hmm. In your does dignity and self-management carry a particular importance for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander elders when you talk about provision of aged care services?
Yeah, I think so. And I think that broader Australia too also recognise that for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander culture, elders are held in high regard, and dignity and respect for elders is absolutely appropriate. I'd say at the Institute and the leadership team at the Institute often refer that we think that our model of care actually demonstrates practically how we deal and respect our elders by breaking down barriers to access a complex, by actually providing services that were never there before, by actually allowing them to tap into the holistic care, and person-centred care is fine in that context. Consumer-directed care, probably not so much. That language is a bit problematic, and the fact that we then move in consumer-directed care into a business relationship with an Aboriginal elder who, you know, a lot of the time hasn't had a life experience of actually having to make informed choices and live with consequence of choice when they are at their most vulnerable. I think that can be problematic, that conversation sometimes about moving from a community-based, block-funded welfare sort of program into an individualised business arrangement with an Aboriginal elder. Some of that language sometimes is difficult.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Do you think that mainstream providers and the mainstream workforce can be trained in the provision of culturally safe or culturally appropriate care for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander elders?
I think they could be, but I don't think they will be. Our experience when we went through the consultation process for the Diversity Action Plan was pushback from mainstream with a lack of understanding. Well, I don't even know if it's a lack of understanding. I think that the difference between consumer-directed care now is that, and maybe some of the issues within the aged care system currently is that, for me, is that you know, it's a needs-based assessment, but I think very quickly the market is driving a wants-based service delivery product, and so even though you need to meet some criteria to be eligible to join in, to get a key to the services. Once you're in the services, it actually is changing to a wants-based system. So clients now actually, the needs assessment is not necessarily the driver for the market. And the marketplace itself is now becoming competitive, and there are providers who are trying to, you know, clients who build up large amounts of you know, surplus in their budgets are actually targeted to actually transition across so they can actually, you know, and it's not necessarily based on the needs that they have. So it's more of a wants-based system than it is a needs-based system. Does that answer your question?
I think so. I'm interested in what you said about the surplus in client budgets. Are you talking about home care packages there?
Yeah, the home care package side of it, yes.
What's been your experience of the creation of surplus since the home care package allocation has changed under consumer-directed care?
I think it's a communication error right up front. I think you know, the elders that we deal with and more broadly in the broader aged care industry initially, consider. I think there's a consideration that money is their money. It's not government allocated money. I think that because of their age and because of their life experience, they want to save it for a rainy day. They want to save it for when they really need it. They want to whatever. And so I think that of late, 5 years in now for ours anyway, and some communication and some work with our team, with our clients, is that we're actually getting them to start spending the money and not saving it for a rainy day. But I just think that was an oversight initially as that rolled out in communication strategy about the way that it was targeted was it's their money when, we've changed all the language for us that it's government money which can be allocated against care needs,
To what extent did block funding provide more flexibility in your experience?
Well, for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, I think block funding is absolutely key to that. The viability part for the providers that want to provide some work. But again, like I alluded to before, to build trust and rapport with clients who are at their most vulnerable, to try and get them services that they require, I think you need to have that flexible approach to doing it. The one-on-one business relationship straight up front is a stretch too far for Aboriginal people, I think, to jump into. So the block-funded, low-level supports to build that trust and rapport and then to actually get a real picture of the needs, I think leads to more comprehensive and appropriate assessments for high-level complexity. And I think that for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander specific providers, it's essential.
How might quality care or person-centred care in remote areas versus cities differ for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people?
Again, it's hard. I wouldn't presume, because with no lived experience from remote, I wouldn't presume to try and say the difference specifically. But generally, like I said, I don't think that there's a targeted strategy for urban aged care at this stage. I think that a lot of the conversations around Aboriginal aged care and about Aboriginal disadvantage and whatever move straight to remote areas. The commissioners have had, the hearings in Broome, which I'm sure would have had some ideas about how to maybe address that. But absolutely, the urban and the large regional settings need to break down the assumption that Aboriginal people have access to good health care and good aged care just because they live in an urban setting.
How might life experiences of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people differ such that quality care might have a particular or a different meaning, and how might it be the same?
I think we're moving into a whole new area of quality at the moment with as of 1 July, and we move into the new common standards. It was a shame that we couldn't get diversity as a standalone standard in the new common care standards, even though I know that is embedded throughout. But again, I think that the wants-based service delivery system at this stage, and now with the change of focus for quality actually being a personal thing for a client, I think that quality itself is going to be challenged in a whole heap of ways around the aged care system moving forward. The providers actually absolutely have to try and look after their services, and the intent of the assessed needs for clients and the way that they actually care for the clients. When a client, on the other hand, in a wants-based system may see quality completely differently. So I think that's the same for Aboriginal and mainstream aged care services.
Why is that, Mr Moore? That a wants-based system might see completely different quality outcomes to block funding model?
Well, I just think that a wants-based system then is open and it just gets with more limited parameters about what you do. Quality from a consumer's perspective may be about whether someone says yes and somebody says no, not necessarily about the quality of what they get or what they don't get. Again, I think the Institute's success has been based on the needs assessment underpins all of our care plans, our care requirements, and we have an ability to triage to other buckets of funding and to other service systems to be able to get appropriate care. I'm unsure if I can comment further on other stuff.
Thank you, Mr Moore. If you could provide a wish list of things you would like to change to the Royal Commission, what would you include on your list?
I've got a few things. I think the first thing that I would like, I'd love for the Commission to be able to, or the Commissioners to be able to recommend to COAG around the refresher closing the gap strategies that actually aged care targets are embedded in that. There are a significant number of indicators and performance stuff that's been added to the closing the gap refresh. However, aged care has missed the boat. There is no targets in there. Disabilities is another one that isn't in there, but I know that's not your remit. I think, given that the Commission really potentially is looking at some structural reform as well, the success of the Institute in an integrated primary healthcare aged care model, I think demonstrates that there is potential for a different funding model for these most vulnerable people. Because health and aged care and even disabilities, again, to that extent, are so intertwined, an Aboriginal person who's 50 plus that actually presents with assistance with activity of daily living, he's going to have a chronic disease, he's going to have some health issues, and the fact that they are intertwined and that we could potentially have some savings for the aged care system and leverage some healthcare and mental health and chronic disease management and other things in there. It would be interesting to see if there was a possibility to potentially fund separately for these most vulnerable cohorts. I'm unsure how to say this. The Aboriginal medical services across the country already have about 150, Aboriginal community-controlled health organisations funded. They already have a platform there that potentially could be leveraged in that space. They're already connected to community. They have trust already. They employ Aboriginal people. That solutions for this stuff are Indigenous-led, and that whilst I'm not saying that we need to go and set up another 150 niche Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander markets, potentially, but there is a platform there that could be leveraged. But however, I think that it would need to be a regional approach to that. I don't think that you could do it in an isolated approach. I think, again, success factors for the Institute have been that we've done it on a regional level. We've brought together 4 Aboriginal medical services who have commonly agreed that as a regional solutions and address targets and to do stuff. I think that a regional solution to some of this stuff in urban and large regional settings could potentially work. Again, the Institute's success was based on planning of a master plan, of a 3 or 5 year plan for that region about where the gaps are, proper environmental scan, having a look at where existing services laid, bringing in the existing Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community care, aged care providers, having a look at the health, and the reason for success of the Institute, I think, is because there was comprehensive planning done up front to really clearly identify gaps and then commonly come up with some solutions. And I don't think that needs to stand alone for ours. I think that absolutely would be replicable across the country. And so I think that potentially is something that I would ask the commissioners to consider. Another thing, potentially appropriate targets. The work that we did in the environmental scan for the Institute clearly cross-referenced demographic data with what actually was on the ground for Aboriginal people. We had a look at the complexity of care. We had a look at the large numbers of Aboriginal people, where the population shifts were moving to, where we should be setting up services, how we tap into those services. We use the Aboriginal medical service as a basis because their clients were already there, and we could tell what their needs were by their chronic disease level, their whatever. So that could be again. I've already alluded to, I think, that block funding is essential for Aboriginal people, and I think that potentially quarantined block funding, which targets Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander specific community-controlled organisations, could well be a way to doing that. I think another thing that I would ask the commissioners to is mandating the reporting of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander engagement throughout the whole of the aged care sector. Again, I know I spoke at the roundtable with the ministers, but with the commissioners, but numerous occasions over my time in aged care where I know that business has won within the aged care sector by engagement with Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, by demonstrating in an application or in a tender document that you can cover that population, you can cover everywhere. Once the business has won and once the money is provided to the service, there's never an obligation for them to report against what they've done in that space. And so, and I know it's 5 years ago now, but, there's no data comes out that actually clearly identifies where Aboriginal people are getting service, who they're getting service from, and what level of service they do get. I'll use it as an example. When the regional assessment tenders went out for the regional assessment services, it was mandated in that tender that everybody had to demonstrate their relationships with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander and their ability to cover the whole region. As soon as the tenders were won, the majority of regional assessment services, because of their business requirements, just get their assessors to do all the assessment. There's no engagement with the people who actually underpin their application to get that, to win that business. So as you would be aware, what gets measured gets done. So I actually think that we should measure what everybody does across the broader aged care sector with Aboriginal people at this stage. And the last thing is, I think that I haven't really alluded to, again, because I'm not an expert in residential aged care, but I think that there is a significant gap for Aboriginal people to move from their community and their community care services. You know, there's less than 1% of the Aboriginal population in residential aged care. Actually, it's only 0.8 or whatever it is. And of that 0.8, more than half of them are in remote and regional settings. So it actually says that Aboriginal people aren't going into residential aged care, and I think there's reasons for that. I think there's an opportunity potentially to actually do something which is in the middle, which could leverage off some high-level aged care complexity, married in with some health services. But also to build that trust and rapport about actually people moving out of their homes into a accommodation site setting to get their care, and that, you know, there's already examples in the Nazi Flex and the state-based multi-purpose services where that happens, but they are geographically fenced into regional remote areas. I think there's a real opportunity to potentially have a look at that in urban and more larger settings to actually have some locations and some facilities that can build trust for Aboriginal people to move into those supported accommodation settings. So
Thank you,
is
Mr.
that
Moore.
enough?
I realise thank you. It's very informative. There were two questions I realised I had omitted, which I'd like to ask you, and I'm sorry for not asking you this earlier.
Sure.
But what does it mean? You talk in your evidence about, I think at paragraph 93, about the concept of a thin market. What does it mean to say that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander aged care services are a thin market?
Yeah, so for me, I alluded to before, I think that under a consumer-directed care model, it is to drive the marketplace. So the market is the competition that should drive down, prices, should create competition, should do all the things that a market should do. The problem is for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people is that for them to make informed choice and for them to have confidence in the choices they do make, there needs to be options. So there need to be a suite of providers that they can choose from. There needs to be a suite of services that they can choose from, and they need to have all the information at their hand to make that informed choice. And I think that for Aboriginal people, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, there is a lack of good quality information that gives them, without the assistance of navigation in the system. Again, the My Aged Care portal itself doesn't work for you. One of my bugbears is on the service finder in the My Aged Care portal. There is a specialist button which you can just self-tick. It's not controlled by the department. It's not cross-referenced by the quality agency. You just tick it to say that you specialise in something. So, this is on a government-endorsed website for when people are at their most vulnerable trying to make choice about what they want, and people can just self-select that they're a specialist in something. It's really just a marketing tool, and it is not there to actually provide that information to vulnerable people to make, decisions at that point. So for me, a thin market, I just think that no matter whether you live in an urban setting where there's a whole heap of aged care providers but very limited Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander specific providers, or whether you're in a remote community, I think that we should treat Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander aged care as a thin market no matter what the geographic location.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. And my other question relates to something you just touched on about the importance of system navigators or advocates. How important are they in the context of delivery of services to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people?
Absolutely. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people cannot interact with the system if they don't have somebody that's an advocate for them to navigate their way through the system. Again, the success of the Institute has really been based on the fact that we understand the My Aged Care system, we understand the portal, and we've been able to put in things to navigate clients around the pressure points and the barriers to their access. So for instance, the Institute of Urban Indigenous Health have skilled up their chronic disease management nurses in all 20 of their clinics to be able to provide referrals to aged care through regional assessment services to ACAT teams, because those nurses work with that community in that local environment, understand what's going on, but can explain and give them the information they need about what has to happen, where the pressure points are, what the triggers are, what the mandatories are. And so what we do then is get consent form from the client for us to advocate for them through the process. We have really clear, precise text about that this is an Aboriginal person that's known to us, that does not want to have a cold call, does not want to have a screening board, does not want to, but they want us to advocate for and engage for them through the system. And it's a web-based referral. It's not a phone contact referral. So if we have to speak to somebody at the call centre in my aged care on behalf of an Aboriginal person, we've failed in our processes to get them through, to break down the barriers to access. But yeah, absolutely. If Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people don't have appropriate advocacy and don't have somebody who is accepted and trusted that can provide the information they require to get into the system, the barriers are just too many for them and they will walk away from the system. So moving forward, I think an appropriate navigation system is an absolute essential. Absolutely. And I might also say, I also think that the appropriate navigation stuff needs to be highlighted, that I don't think, again, a vanilla navigation process for every person in Australia will do for these marginalised complex ones at the bottom, targeted.
Thank you, Mr Moore. We've covered a lot of ground today. Is there anything that you wanted to add to your evidence that I haven't already asked you about?
I don't think so. I think I've covered all of it. The last thing I'd like to say is just thank the Commissioner and the Commissioners for, giving me this opportunity to actually to talk and to hear my views and my thing, and just have an open invitation, either formally or informally, that if ever you're in Brisbane, you come and have a look at the deadly work that the Institute's doing in that space, that the offer's there for you guys to come anytime. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. That concludes my examination of Mr Moore.
Can I just follow up one point that you've made? A number of our interlocutors have advocated a recommendation that a government-funded panel be set up to provide advocacy generally for vulnerable people who, left to their own devices, couldn't negotiate the system and obtain benefits to which they were entitled. Now, plainly, Aboriginal people fall well within that category. So I'm just thinking of the practicalities. Would you see it best if there were Aboriginal people on such a panel, or would it be better for the government to be funding people who are doing that sort of work within organisations such as yours to provide those services specifically to Aboriginal people?
Yeah, I think it has to be on the ground. I see the relevance of a panel and that higher level advocacy and making sure that the broader, I think that there should be Aboriginal representation on a large panel like that. But I actually think that that needs to be on the ground, and it needs to be a nuance to the different communities, the different geographies, the different issues there are for the different Aboriginal communities across the country. I think that it needs to be, I don't know how you do it if it's outside of at least the region at the widest. I'm unsure about how you would actually get a panel of people nationally to have a look at the differences between the Cape, between, Western Australia, between, inner city Brisbane. I think it has to be local Aboriginal people that give those messages and do that navigation.
Mr Moore, thank you very much, both for your evidence today and your earlier participation in discussions with the Commission, and I don't think you've heard the last of us.
Okay.
Thank you very much for coming and assisting our inquiries. Ms Bergen, I gather there's a desire for a short adjournment before we continue?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes. The Commission will adjourn shortly.
The Royal Commission is briefly adjourned. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Rose.
Thank you, Commissioners. I call John Michael Runge.
I swear by
I swear.
Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Take a seat, Dr Runge. You have been waiting very patiently today, and we're sorry to have held you up for as long as we have, but your moment has arrived. Can you tell us your full name, please?
John Michael Runge.
Thank you. And you're an ageing well specialist.
I am.
A self-conferred title?
Yes. I invented the title because a title didn't exist for what I do.
Okay. And you have a long and storied career in the aged care sector.
I do.
First, if we can just start with some qualifications. You've got a PhD in biological sciences.
Yes.
And your thesis topic?
I can almost not remember. It was ATPase activity in membranes in plant tissue. That's not exactly the title.
All right. You've worked in the disability and aged care sectors for 40 years.
Correct.
And you hold a range of current positions which are set out in detail in paragraph 4 of your statement that I'll tender in a moment. But if I could just identify a handful of them. You're the Director of the Global Centre for Modern Ageing.
I am.
And what does the Global Centre for Modern Ageing do?
It's an organisation that's involved in encouraging and enabling the business of ageing well. So it's become very familiar with the new narrative in the hearts and minds of older people about how they want to live their lives well in their 70s, 80s, 90s, and then encourages businesses to understand the new narrative and build products and services to meet their needs.
I might just ask you if I could to just slow down your speaking a little, only because someone has the task of transcribing every word you and I say, and that is a challenge at the best of times. You're also a member of the Aged Care Financing Authority.
I am.
We've heard quite a bit about ACFA, and we'll be exploring it in a bit more detail in later hearings. And you're a member of COTA's South Australian Policy Council.
I am. Yep.
Council of the Ageing.
Council of the
COTA.
Ageing, yep.
How long have you held that position, Mr Runge?
3 years, and in fact I've held all those positions for about 3 years, and in fact approximately from the time that I left my midlife career as CEO of ACH Group.
Okay, we'll come to the ACH Group in a moment. For the moment though, can I just confirm that you have made a statement for the Royal Commission dated the 11th of June 2019?
I have.
It was in fact a revised version of an earlier statement that you provided to us, is that right?
Correct.
And for our purposes, the coding is WIT.0158.0002.0001, which should appear on the screen in front of you, I hope, in a moment.
It's not currently there.
It's coming, I think. It's arrived. Is that, with a little bit of redacting some personal details, is that a copy of the statement, or at least the first page of it, that you have made for the Royal Commission, Dr Runge?
Yes, it is.
And have you had a chance to read through your statement before coming along today?
I have.
Is there anything that you wish to change in your statement?
No, there isn't.
And are its contents true and correct?
Yes.
I'll tender the statement of Dr John Michael Runge dated the 11th of June 2019, Commissioners.
The witness statement of John Michael Runge dated the 11th of June 2019 will be Exhibit 5-29.
Commission pleases. You mentioned a moment ago, Dr Runge, that before these various positions that you presently hold, or that you've held for the last 3 years or so, you had a full-time position with the ACH group.
Correct.
ACH standing for?
Well, it originally stood for Aged Cottage Homes and then Aged Care and Housing, but it's actually now registered as ACH Group.
ACH Group, all right. And can you tell us about your time with the ACH Group, maybe working backwards? So when you concluded your time there, you were the CEO? I had been the CEO there for 20 years, yes.
And before that, for about 15 years, I was the operations manager.
All right. You've detailed a bit about the ACH Group in your statement from paragraph 6 onwards. I might just ask you if you could just summarise the services provided by the ACH Group and some of the initiatives that were implemented there during your tenure as the CEO.
It's a fairly typical not-for-profit aged care organisation in Australia. It had 8 residential aged care facilities. It had about 600 packages. I mean, we now know that varies a little bit from time to time. It supported about another 9,000 older people in smaller health and community service type programs, and had about 900 independent houses. They're both resident funded and ILUs, but the majority were ILUs, in other words, housing for people with limited financial means. The interesting thing about this organisation is that right from its beginning, it's always been very interested in the clients of the service thriving. And in the 80s, we started to collect information about just about how people were using their time in the day. And that became very clear to us that people were not very engaged, that there were good programs in the organisation, but in fact they tended to be more entertainment, and they tended to be for not very long amounts of time in the person's life. And
this is the resident's life.
This is the resident's
yes.
life. And that's a real theme about the way we understand quality of life in aged care today, is that while lots on offer, in most cases, people don't access that stuff for very long, and in fact have very large periods of disengagement or boredom or isolation. Right? So we started looking at ways that we might deal with that. And one of the things we did quite early was to start to use a program that measured quality of life in the services. And that initial program was called Passing. In 2004, we redeveloped that, but not substantially, just to make it easier for people to use, into a review program called Customer Impact Statement. In other words, we're measuring the impact of the service on the clients. That particular program works across all aged care types. It's a peer review process, so it engages staff members in understanding the point of what it's about. It can be done a number of times, so we can benchmark and we can measure whether an improvement works or not. And in many of our improvements, in fact, didn't make much difference. And particularly I reference entertainment programs that can often take quite a lot of time and even have people going to them for periods of time, but didn't seem to make much difference to the quality of life when we measured it using the customer impact statement that we called SIMPACT. But what it has done over that time, it has led the organisation to a variety of really exciting and interesting things to do that do measure much better using SIMPACT. And they are particularly an aged care facility where everyone gets a house, not a room. In other words, if you visit someone in this aged care facility, this is a high care aged care facility, you go in the front door of the person's house, their house and no one else's, into their lounge room and dining room, kitchen, laundry, and services come in the back door. And what we found with that it dramatically reduced the losses that people suffered on moving into residential aged care. We also built a facility that focuses entirely on short-term care and re-enablement in partnership with the State Department of Health in South Australia. And that was targeting people who were coming out of hospitals and inevitably were going into residential aged care, often improving a bit after a bit of time there, but never going home. So it picked those people off, put them into this short-term care service with goals for each person and a very high percentage of those people going home and not representing. In addition, we set up a number of programs that specifically targeted quality of life, and for us that meant that they had to have a role, a membership in something, they had to learn something, they had to make a commitment to it over time. So, for example, we set up a number of community choirs which were run not by an activities officer but by someone who was qualified in the area. And these particularly worked well for people with dementia who hadn't lost the ability to learn a tune and remember a tune and be able to sing quite complicated music in a choir. And surprising to us, also became very popular with people with Parkinson's disease because it taught them a whole lot of breathing techniques.
Thank you. You mentioned, I think you said re-enablement. Re-ablement, it's the same thing essentially. So it's a bit of a clunky word, but nonetheless, perhaps you tell us, what are you talking about when you talk about re-ablement in relation to elderly people in residential aged care?
If I go back a little bit to the story of Vita, which is the facility specifically built for encouraging people to recover when they come out of hospital,
yes.
Just as an example, a lot of people come out of hospital still needing, really often in a weakened state from their time in hospital, and needing anything from just convalescence, a recovery period, right through to needing to relearn a skill, or even to learn a new skill.
Can I just pause? I just interrupt there, I'm sorry, but are we talking, for example, about an elderly person who was living at home, had a fall, they've broken their hip, they've gone into hospital, which we know is a very common path into residential aged care, and then they don't come out, or at least they don't come out till they die. That's a very common pattern.
Correct.
You're offering a different pathway.
A very different pathway, yes.
Thank you.
So that, and that's a good example, because that might require some specific work around physio, around building strength again, being able to walk. It might require also, though, some specific work around a number of other things that the person can no longer do, so that they need to relearn to do things in a different kind of way because they now have some kind of a disability they didn't have before. And it might also require us to take the person through some time in their own home as part of the program to make sure they can reorientate to it in this new stage of life. And in addition to that, the person may have had to give up some things because of the accident they've had, and so that we can work out what kind of new things the person can take up, so that the person is able to continue to live a good life when they go home, given that we know that quality of life is the really significant indicator to people recovering and doing well wherever they live. So just using that as an example,
yes.
There are a whole lot of other examples that go back into quite small re-enablement and enablement processes. We particularly notice as people become frail, they have to give up things. And so a lot of our re-enablement effort has been about working with people to repurpose, if you like, to work out what a new purpose in life might be, and then a new activity or a new role that you might be able to take up and build the things around that to enable that to happen. In a sense, it is like rehabilitation, but rehabilitation's a state effort and more specifically targeting very quite specific issues around people's injuries. This tends to build out the rest of people's lives where they might need recovery as well.
And what sort of success rate did you experience with that initiative with ACH?
I would say extraordinary. We were able to use these processes in home care to enable quite a lot of people not to have to move into residential care.
Yes.
Certainly through Vita, we managed to have large numbers of people go nowhere near residential care. And we had some success in having people move out of residential care. We would have liked a lot more, but as you know from my statement, there are really at the moment currently a lot of barriers to people moving out of residential care, even if we've managed to get them to recover.
We will come to those presently. From your experience, Dr. Runge, do you think there are a significant number of people who are currently going into residential care, including within the scenario that I described to you of the elderly person having a significant injury and then going from hospital to residential care. Are there many people for whom that sort of initiative might either prevent them going to residential care at all, or maybe see them going into residential care briefly and then coming back to some type of home care? Do you think there are significant numbers of people who would benefit from such programs if they were more widely available?
I'd love to be able to give you a number.
No, I'm not seeking a number, but I'm trying to get a sense if I can.
I personally think there are very large numbers of people.
Yes.
But we don't have any evidence, much evidence for that at the moment, right? So the accumulating evidence for unnecessary institutionalisation is the waiting lists on home care, people clearly preferring home care,
yes.
The possible reduction of demand for residential care. I mean, I've now seen another report from Stuart Brown that suggests maybe those numbers aren't quite as accurate as we originally thought. The very strong preference of older people themselves to stay home if they possibly could. This need, Vita has been a good test of this, but this needs a lot more testing, and my sense is that if we had a much larger number of home care packages, perhaps some higher level home care packages, and some really good use of those packages to help people reconsider their lives as frailer people and how they could manage that, that we might find a real lessening of the demand for residential care. And my sense is that we should work incredibly hard to make that happen.
You mentioned in the context of reablement and rehabilitation the role of physiotherapy, the importance of physiotherapy in assisting people to regain movement and the like. I think you were in the hearing room when we heard the evidence of Ms Irwin, the young lady who was a physiotherapist, and her descriptions of the role of physiotherapy and the very limited role of physiotherapy in her experience, largely driven, it seems, by the funding arrangements. Is that a barrier to the sorts of initiatives that you're talking about? Is there a connection there?
That was an extraordinary story this morning, and personally to me, just a great disappointment. I might mention a couple of times the work of Professor Hal Kendig. He sadly died earlier this year, and so is not able here to give evidence at this hearing. But his work in this area, his research work in this area, was extraordinary. One of his pieces of work worked with a large number of frail older people to try and understand what their life goals might be, and that piece of published work describes 6 life goals of frail older people. That, for mine, I can't work out why they haven't become the basis of the way we think about designing aged care. What's interesting about those is firstly, that none of them make a reference to care. So this is about people describing the kind of life they want to live as their goals, with care being the thing that you get to enable you to live that life. That's a real distinction between the way providers think about aged care, which is care is the end point. We provide good care, and in a sense, bad luck if that doesn't deliver you with a good life, right? Which is completely different to the way that frail older people would describe that. When you do look at what those life goals are, they are things like fiercely wanting to stay independent, right? Fiercely wanting to stay in their own home. So older people are really up for physio and other treatments that will just even improve their functioning just a little bit, so they can do something more they can't do at the moment, so they can do it for themselves. And to have physios like the one we heard this morning available to aged care and not doing that is really sad.
You refer in your statement to the notion of growth, and I want to try and understand, if I can, whether growth as you describe it in the context of aged care is something different to reablement and rehabilitation. I understand it to be a somewhat broader concept, more related to general quality of life, if I'm understanding it correctly. Could you assist us there?
it is part of re-enablement, although re-enablement tends to be thought of more in terms of physical ability and independence to do things, right? And why I included personal growth in my statement is that we know that older people tell us that they want to keep learning things and experiencing new things, partly because they have done that all their lives, and partly because as you age, things drop away and you do have to replace them with other things. So personal growth to older people is really very important, and it's often at this point that people, and so as an example, going back to the choir I was talking about earlier, learning to sing with other people very complex musical pieces in a group is a new skill. It's something you're learning. It's good personal growth, right? What we certainly notice in both residential aged care and in home care is there's almost no focus on working with people to encourage them to think about personal growth, and therefore what kind of activity they might take up in that space to learn something. And very little effort to connect older people to other older people who've successfully done that, so people can learn from one another by word of mouth, yes, and those kind of things. Right? I do think that abandoning the notion of personal growth in people is very dangerous for the person, and very likely to result in people becoming much more dependent much more quickly.
A theme that runs through much of your statement, and I think the evidence that you've been giving to the Commission this afternoon, is the notion of innovation. And you make the point that there's no incentive to innovate in our current aged care system. Can you expand on that, please? Big topic, I know.
If I'm just... one of the things I would like to talk about at some stage is the transformation of the sector, right? And there are a number of habits in how a sector transforms, right? One of the habits is around co-invention. Yes. So recently the Global Centre for Modern Ageing worked with a local community in South Australia that had won some new bed licences and was about to build a new aged care facility. And they came to us, and the process that the Global Centre set up was a co-invention process to co-invent the new facility. So they worked with a group of frail older people, some of whom already lived in residential care and some who didn't. And the first question they asked was, if you could design your own facility, what would it look like? And people tend to have two answers to that question. One is, I prefer not to move in at all, but if I had to, then they start improving the current system. I'll have a bigger room, for example. I'd like a door outside to the garden, things like that, right? When the co-invention question is asked, which is describe your current life, and people do, and then say, what are the things you're happy to give up when you move into residential care? People on the whole say nothing. I want to continue all those things. I want to keep my dog, I want to keep my garden, I want to stay with my husband. I like the fact that my daughter comes around and cooks the roast every Monday afternoon. Whatever the bits of their life are, they want to keep them, right? You can do almost none of those things in the current residential aged care model. So that then requires the service provider and other product developers, often startups, new startups, to come together with the clients and design a new service and then test it. And those services tend to look nothing like the current institutional, communal-based residential care. I think that's innovation, really serious innovation. Another example is that we have heard of a number of ageing well startups in Australia that are designing products that are based on knowing some older people very well, and then designing a product that relieves the pain point that the person currently has, whatever that might be.
Can you give us an example of that?
Yeah, so we know that older people, when they become frail, often start to lose a lot of their networks. because they were going out to clubs and joining things, and they can't go out as much, so that they lose those networks. And those networks then either don't get replaced at all, or they get replaced by paid staff out of the aged care system. Now, there's a problem with using paid staff out of the aged care system to fill those networks, partly because we can't afford it, there aren't enough of them, and partly because they are in the end paid, so they always come at this thing slightly differently, right? So there are a number of, I know of 3 product developers in Australia, a Care App, Care Connect and Compago. So there are 3 companies in Australia at the moment that have built products that build, that use an electronic package to build a network around a person, right? And what's clever about them is that they also enable you to connect, if you want to, a whole lot of the care information if the person's connected to a care service, or health information if they're connected to the health service, into that same package, right? Easily accessible. So you appoint a webmaster, you invite people into the network, those people can communicate with one another whenever they interact with the person, and they often will start by improving the care, but very quickly move into things they notice about the person's life quality. I noticed she said the other day she liked playing cards, but nobody comes. Does anyone know someone who plays cards? Yes, my son can do that. And so someone else gets invited in to do something in it. And they're clever products, they're very cheap, and they're doing something that currently nothing else does.
Yes. And is there enough existing incentive in the system to encourage more of that sort of innovative thinking, or is it rather the other way around, that there are disincentives to thinking outside the square, if I can put it that way?
Perhaps I should start by saying I see almost no innovation in the aged care sector.
Yes.
Right. So I don't think it is existing, and when it does happen, the filters to work out, even if it's very good or not very useful innovation, is struggling a bit at the moment, right? So now, why is that not happening? I think there's a range of reasons why that's not happening. There certainly aren't a lot of incentives, but there are a number of other things going on. We heard from Kay Patterson about about ageism.
Yes.
There's substantial ageism in aged care, right? And it's not hard to see. I mean, where else do you solve a problem of looking after a person who needs a lot of care by putting them in an institution? The ageism in the aged care sector is very strong, and starts much earlier than the aged care. I think, as Kay said, it starts right back in the early stages of making fun of people when they're older, which means then your application for a job's taken less seriously, which means you're then unemployed, which means then that you don't have as much money, which means you don't have a house, which means that so you finally get positioned in a place where the world thinks it's okay to stick you in an aged care facility without trying really hard to see whether we could keep you at home with a package, or the world thinks it's all right for you to be doing nothing all day and bored, and that you ought to be able to cope with that, or whatever it is. So I do think ageism's a real problem.
Yes.
I do finally think this is not a sector that has yet decided it needs to transform, that it currently doesn't serve people well, that it's really hard to work in and it's not affordable. And at some point then you say, we can fiddle with the edges of this, or we can really start to try and change this into a sector. And that's where, if you don't have that view of the world, then the need to have a lot of innovation in there it just doesn't present itself.
Mm. Are there untapped opportunities for further technological advances in this area?
We've hardly started, right? Yeah, we've hardly started, right? The sooner we move into that space, the better. We've hardly started. Certainly, in South Australia, just for example, there are, to the best of my knowledge, about 30 ageing well startups that I know of in South Australia, which probably means there are 300 or 400 of them in Australia, if we did nothing, and most of those have got a technology base to them, right? If we did nothing more than learn from them, they're paying for their own R&D at this stage. It would cost nothing for aged care organisations to partner up with these people and learn about the way they innovate and learn about the way they use technology at no cost to them. That would be a good start.
Is that something the Centre for Modern Ageing is involved in?
Yes.
And could you just expand a little bit on that and how that works in a practical sense? What does the centre do?
Yeah. So particularly the centre either spots opportunities and goes to businesses and says, would you be interested in working with this? Or businesses come to it and say, we've got a product and we're interested in either in testing it with older people, inventing it with older people, whatever it is. So, for example, a company came to the Global Centre recently that had a device that monitored a whole lot of your fitness and health habits when you were exercising, and charted those out, and they were interested to see whether it would work with older people or not. So they came in and tested it and modified it as a result of that. Right now, they're not the kind of things that are currently an aged care provider would think of as important to an older person. But I have to tell you, they are things older people are thinking are very important, because older people prize their health very, very highly, as we saw from the latest national quota census of older people, prize their health because they know it's a cornerstone to independence.
Yes. Now, and as advertised, Dr. Runge, we like to give witnesses an opportunity to advance a wish list. I suspect you'll be quite eager to take up that opportunity.
Yes. Can I first just say one thing about SIMPAC, which relates to the wish list, right? The interesting thing about SIMPAC is that it measures quality of life according to 5 dimensions. And those 5 dimensions would be, in fact, highly appropriate for anyone in this room to use. So that we haven't modified them because you're an older, frailer person. What we've found is that a good service rates well on 3 of them, right? Only an excellent service rates well on all 5, right? And the 2 that excellent services rate on that good services don't get are building roles for people and building community safeguards for people, networks and safeguards in the community, right? So you can rate well as a good provider if you're providing you're meeting people's basic needs, you're providing basic relationships, usually through the staff and things like that, and you're doing some kind of support to independence, right? Will get you to be a good provider.
Yes.
What we found, what ACH Group found in using SIMPACT on its services, that sometimes a service turned up as quite a poor service. It wasn't doing well in any of those areas. Sometimes it turned up as a good service. It was doing well in 3 areas, which makes it a good solid service, but not good enough to really meet the needs of an older person. And rarely did we get a service to turn up in the area of all 5 of them, which really was our goal. The thing that we learned most from this is that increasing the amount of entertainment and the amount of staff and those kind of things in residential care didn't actually improve the SIMPAC score. And how we improved the SIMPAC score mostly was by keeping people out and providing all kinds of roles to people and all kinds of community safeguards to people, right? Occasionally we were able to get good SIMPAC scores inside a residential service, but it is very, very hard to, in a communal residential, it's very hard to do. This is a very unfamiliar environment in which it's very hard to treat people as individuals. So that's a long way of getting to the point of me answering your question.
Sure.
I think my ask would be that we saw the aged care sector as ripe for transformation. And that transformation has a set of so this is a big leap, right? That fiddling the edges of aged care is not going to make enough difference. We'll be sitting here in 5 years' time, we will be doing much better in residential aged care, and it still won't be very good, right? So a sector that's up for serious transformation, right? So one of the things, if you were going to do serious transformation, I would pay a lot of attention to home care being as good as it possibly can be. That will mean government will need to be clearer about what it wants from this. It's going to create a market. It's got to be clear about what it wants, because it's not a real market, right? It does mean that we will want growth and re-enablement and support for older people living at home to think about how they grow and re-enable and stay independent and stay out of aged care, right? Secondly, I think we should make really strong effort to keep people out of residential care, that we stop seeing it as an alternative to home care and see it only as a last resort, right? And so I would start making very special effort to when people are applying, to see if there's any way we could support them to stay at home. The third thing I'll do is I would engage older people in large numbers in co-invention, to get them together and get them talking about the lives they want to live, and get them then working with product and developers to develop new products. Now, I think if we do that, we'll see a dramatic increase in the amount of use of technology products and things like that. I think we'll see the specialisation of residential care, so that it's either housing plus care, not a communal facility, or it's a short-term facility of some kind. And the last thing we'll do is I would engage the whole community in a really serious conversation about what is a good frail life, right? So if any of us sitting in this room knew we were going to be frail in 5 years' time, we would talk about how we would want to live that frail life, and we would want to start setting up a way of living that life, right? So that the community will expect a good frail life, and then we'll start to make demands on providers who are currently not playing in that space to really start playing in that space.
Thank you. Commissioners, that concludes my questions of Dr. Runge.
Thank you, Dr. Runge, for that evidence and for your witness statement, which I found very compelling. I'm interested in when the work was done with the frail older people to design new arrangements that might suit them better than residential care. What sorts of things did they say?
That project is still only in its first stage. We've finished the consultations, and the summary finding of the consultations is that people do want their current lives to continue as much as possible, and they can't see any reason why you couldn't have a residential aged care facility that enabled that. And they currently appreciate that the current kind of facilities don't do it, right? Now, that's really all I can tell you at the moment, although we could provide the Commissioner with some additional detail under that if that's useful to you.
I think we'd be grateful for that.
Right,
thank you,
good.
Doctor. Yes.
What I can tell you is the next stages of that will be a combination of those findings with some product developers to see, how could you design a facility that would enable you to do that, right?
You're obviously also very much aware of the cost of providing services for people in aged care, either at home or in institutions. In suggesting the various creative alternatives to the present arrangements, have you factored in the question of whether the revised alternatives are going to be more or less expensive than the present arrangements? I mean, I have in mind, for example, that one would think that keeping people in their own homes rather than in institutions would be better from a funding point of view. But I may be wrong about that.
This is not in the first instance driven as a cost-saving conversation, but we have no doubts that in most cases there are cost savings in it. I can point to a number of examples around Australia. For example, the work of Silverchain, who were here earlier today, who invested a higher cost earlier on in a home care program in exchange for much lower use of services ongoing into the future. That certainly demonstrated that was a cheaper thing to do, right? Certainly Vita demonstrates that significant numbers of people are bypassing long-term expensive residential care to go home, sometimes on much cheaper packages. I do also think that this whole debate about asking people to pay for more is at least in part predicated on people wanting what it is they're buying. And so that, for example, a program run by ACH Group where they offered people support to take holidays rather than go into respite in an aged care facility almost always resulted in the person expecting to pay for the holiday, whereas they were getting highly funded respite care. Clearly this has to be tested, and I noted the earlier reference today to the use of social investment bonds, in which the whole argument is that you invest in a change on the assumption that it's going to produce lower costs down the track. I think we'll see more of that sort of testing of some of these ideas going forward.
Thank you.
Doctor, you're not alone in thinking that the sector lacks a bit of impetus to transform. It's certainly apparent to us as we read regularly in the paper further claims against the government for not stopping the reforms while this Royal Commission sits. And it leads me to wonder, why is it that this sector isn't reforming themselves? Is it because they are so reliant on government funding that they expect the government to do it for them?
This will be an opinion piece rather than backed up by a lot of data. My sense is that most aged care providers do think they are government subcontractors, and therefore they will simply do what the government asks them to do and make some money along the way. And I think that's evidenced a lot by the activity of boards of aged care organisations that often don't know much about, for example, the quality of what they're providing, just as an example, because they've really, in a sense, delegated all that to the government that does quality and aged care. I do think that aged care providers have taken their eye totally off the ball of their mission statements, right? So it's interesting that their mission statements are often full of things about people living good lives, and their services are usually the opposite of that. And I think they've just somewhere along the line stopped noticing that difference between why they were originally set up and what's actually going on. And there's almost a blindness to the reality of what's happening in aged care at the moment. And I'm not really answering your question, I'm just telling you what I'm noticing here. So something that takes the glasses off people here, I think will be useful, which is why I like the co-invention process, that the provider gets together with the older person, but with a very different set of questions to the one we've asked in the past. The collection of client satisfaction data is not helpful because we have very high numbers of people saying they're satisfied with the service, and yet we have very different conversations with people in SIMPAC in which they tell us they're not. We have collected over a number of years losses that we've noticed people suffer when they move into residential care. We now have on that list 20 losses, so we think there are now 20 things you lose when you move into residential care, which are not a result of being a frail older person, they're a result of the service model that you're moving into. Now, when I talk to providers about those 20 losses, it feels to me like people have never noticed them. And yet they're enough to do you serious harm. that amount of loss going on, without a conversation about what would it take to reduce those losses. So I'm not sure, Commissioner, if I've answered your question, but whether this is driven by ageism or people being too far away from the issue, that from the people they're trying to serve, or their belief that they're now just government subcontractors, there's a set of things going on here which are, in a sense, colluding just to not any longer have this sector strongly aligned to the needs of people.
It certainly has been the case in the discussions that I've had with people working in the sector that the thing that they notice most when somebody moves into residential care, that they go into a grieving process, and that is because of these losses, loss of independence and everything that goes with it. So they're certainly aware of it. The question is the sector sufficiently active to do something about it? And I'll leave my questioning and commenting there. Thank you.
Anything arising?
There's nothing arising. Thank you, Commissioner.
Dr. Runge, you've given us a lot of food for thought, a lot of thinking outside the square, as they say, and we're enormously grateful to you for that, and be assured that we will be taking on board all that you've told us orally and in your statement. Thank you very much for your attendance and your assistance.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Runge. Ms. Bergen will take the last witness for the day.
Very well. Yes, Ms. Bergen.
Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you for sitting on this afternoon. I call Dr. Craig Sinclair.
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
Dr. Sinclair, please take a seat if that would make you more comfortable. What is your full name?
Craig Bowman Sinclair.
And what is your current role?
I'm a research fellow at the University of New South Wales.
What are your qualifications?
I have a PhD in psychology from the University of Western Australia and approximately 10 years experience as in postgraduate research or postdoctoral research.
Have you prepared a statement for the Royal Commission, Dr. Sinclair?
Yes, I have.
Is there a copy of your statement in front of you? Could you just identify it as yours?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Operator, could you please call up wit.0218.0001.0001? Do you have any amendments to your statement, Dr. Sinclair?
No.
Is it true and correct on the basis of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I tender the statement of Craig Bowman Sinclair. The date of the statement is the 28th of May 2019.
The witness statement of Craig Bowman Sinclair dated the 28th of May 2019 will be Exhibit 5-30.
Dr. Sinclair, I just want to start with your expertise and your key works of research. You have written extensively, and your witness statement contains extensive references to your work and that of others. What are your key works of research?
Okay, so I completed my PhD in 2009, and from 2010, that was when legislation passed in Western Australia that allowed for advanced health directives and people to make enduring powers of guardianship. And with some colleagues, I began work in that area of advanced care planning. We were really interested in understanding what people thought about these approaches to planning for their future care and why so few people were actually going through that process. So it was social science based research. And as that research program developed, we also had the opportunity to work at a more systemic level in our local region, which was in the Great Southern region of Western Australia, to better understand the processes in terms of storing and communicating advanced care planning documents to transition them between organisations, and that culminated in a trial where we worked with people with serious lung disease and had trained nurses assisting them in the advanced care planning process. As we were undertaking that research, I also became aware that it was working less smoothly in the context of aged care and particularly for people with cognitive impairments, and that got me and other colleagues interested in rights-based approaches, which were looking at supporting a person's ability to make decisions about their own care, and that led us to the work on supported decision making, which is listed in the statement as well.
Thank you, Dr. Sinclair. What is supported decision making? Can you offer a definition?
So supported decision making is a rights-based approach to decision making, and the United Nations defines it as the process of enabling a person with a disability to make or communicate decisions about their personal or legal matters. That's obviously a very broad definition, and I think it reflects the diversity in people's impairments and the decisions they face, and also the different types of support that may or may not be available to them. The practice of supported decision making emerged in Canada in the 1990s, and I think some of the requirements around the sort of legal frameworks that would support this process are laid out in the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, particularly Article 12. But I think it really boils down to an understanding that we develop and maintain our capacity for autonomous decision making in the context of relationship. It's not something that is a purely independent thing. Our decision making capacity is not an all or nothing thing in reality, and particularly for people with an age-related cognitive impairment. It's a progressive and very gradual change usually, which can also fluctuate. So the idea of people having capacity or not having capacity is problematic, and supported decision making engages with that, and particularly the idea that across that spectrum of decision making abilities we can provide tailored supports that help a person to exercise their legal capacity even as cognition might be declining. And the final aspect would be to see substitute decision making really as something of a last resort, and so that has been a challenge, I guess, in terms of thinking about systems that are set up around substitute decision making, and it's really called into question the basis on which substitute decision making happens, and prioritising the person's will and preference in that substitute decision making.
Dr. Sinclair, what is substituted decision making in the context of that spectrum that you were just talking about earlier?
I think broadly we could talk about it as when somebody else is making decisions on a person's behalf. It certainly does intersect with some of the aspects of supported decision making in some areas. The legal frameworks, I'm sure the Commission are aware, in Australia are different in different jurisdictions, but basically you can nominate somebody to be a substitute decision maker for you through an enduring guardianship or enduring power of attorney. You could be assigned into the role of substitute decision maker under the hierarchy of persons responsible, particularly for medical treatment decisions, or in some cases that substitute decision maker could be appointed by a tribunal. And so I think while the supported decision making thing can be set up in contrast to substitute decision making, this is a very important process, and it's particularly important for people with a progressive cognitive impairment. And at the moment we see that substitute decision makers have quite little guidance and support in actually understanding what their role is and how they should be going about making a decision for somebody else.
What supports might be appropriate, Dr. Sinclair?
I think at the initial stage we could just think about even understanding of the legal requirements of the role. So very often people are setting up these powers while they're maybe thinking about their will, and often there's not even really a proper conversation between the person who's giving the power and the person who's taking it on about what those requirements are, and more to the point, I guess, about what the person would want. So if you were in that role, what would be of great importance to the person in making a decision on their behalf.
Dr. Sinclair, while you were waiting patiently to give your evidence this afternoon, you might have heard some of the evidence of Dale Fisher.
Yes.
And she mentioned advanced care planning. Could you describe for us, could you offer a definition of an advanced care plan and what an advanced care plan would ordinarily contain?
Sure. So in the research field, we tend to talk about the process of advanced care planning, as in the verb of doing this process rather than just the outcome in terms of documentation. So it does entail a process of, within a person of being ready for a conversation that is sometimes quite emotionally difficult about facing potential future incapacity and also issues about death and dying as well. That's not all of what advanced care planning is, but I think sometimes practically that's how people think of it, and that's where there can be a barrier in terms of people engaging with the process. It does potentially lead to documentation, and ideally that's a great way of communicating a person's wishes if they're unable to speak for themselves. And so an advanced care directive is typically where somebody would write down their own wishes, and that would have legal effect through the laws in the person's jurisdiction, or they could nominate a substitute decision maker. And also there's a proliferation of other non-statutory forms that would be considered, I think, less legally binding, but which people often use because of their flexibility, or if the advanced care planning discussion or the advanced care planning is happening by a family member rather than by the person themselves, which we do see happening sometimes as well.
You might have talked about this a little bit already, but can I ask you how the concepts of supported decision making and advanced care planning sit together?
They do intersect in practice, and I think sometimes that brings up some challenges for people in terms of the terminology, particularly in the context of an age-related cognitive impairment, which I've mentioned previously has a particular course that's sometimes hard to predict. I think it's helpful to look at this as a spectrum rather than three very distinct things, and the value of that is that we can then think about doing everything practically possible to support a person's ongoing involvement and agency in their decision making. Where that's not possible, to look at what they might have documented in the past or what directions they might have made or what's been planned out, and then if that's not available or isn't relevant to the situation, as a last resort, going to a substitute decision maker and applying the standard for substitute decision making that's relevant to that jurisdiction.
So Dr. Sinclair, you mentioned before that cognitive decline isn't necessarily static. So is it the case that someone may need a substituted decision maker but only temporarily? Yes,
absolutely. And certainly that's the case in other areas. For example, in the mental health sector where conditions are very much fluctuating and a person may regain full capacity. We also see it in terms of age-related conditions as well. So where for example, a condition like dementia has on top of it a more acute insult like a delirium or some other form of temporary frailty, that can be, if the person then recovers from that episode, they can then go back to making those decisions. And so there's a process of transition either way.
What assumptions are inherent in advanced care planning?
I think one of the assumptions that's inherent is that we all want to make our own decisions and anticipate a future and make decisions for the future. And I don't think that's necessarily the case. It's certainly, there are a lot of people in the community who do feel very strongly about this and do want to make those decisions in that way, but it doesn't apply for everybody. And I think that needs to be taken into account. In the context where I've been conducting my research, which is particularly with people living with dementia, I think that there is an assumption that's around it being premised on the loss of future capacity. So if it's framed in a narrow way, just about end-of-life medical treatment, it then becomes a discussion really about decline, incapacity and death, rather than a discussion about what is it that you want to live well and what would you want people to be saying on your behalf if you couldn't communicate at one point in time. So I'm always taken to Kate Swaffer's writing and her testimony to the Commission as well, where she noted her experience, and I think it's actually quite a normal experience of, at the time of diagnosis, being told to give up work and to go home and get her affairs in order. And so at a very difficult time when she was coping with that, taking on that diagnosis and accepting what it meant, there was sort of superimposed on that a discussion about end-of-life planning. And I think that we can do a better job of it than that, because if it is framed within a broader process of post-diagnostic support, we could understand how the person is actually coping with that diagnosis and putting some things in place that enable a person to preserve their identity, and as well as adjusting to the changes that they're experiencing. So in the background paper that the Commission put out last week, the research by Hilgerman on that preserving identity in advanced care planning, I think is quite useful to look at as a model. And they did find in their pilot work that people with dementia had reduced depression following that intervention.
Thank you, Dr. Sinclair. We've been talking a bit this afternoon about palliative care. How is advanced care planning relevant to palliative care?
So I'll note the opening comments from this hearing, which were about the breadth of palliative care and it not just being focused at the end of life or terminal stage. And I think certainly that advanced care planning is very relevant all the way through that process of palliative care. If we think about using it as a process of valuing the person and individualising the care to their needs, then it is a way of learning more about what their needs are, and understanding what would be really important for a person to live well, and then also what should be done if they were unable to speak for themselves.
What is the relationship then between advanced care planning and palliative care? Have the two historically gone together?
I think they have, and the palliative care sector has certainly been very interested in advanced care planning and heavily invested in promoting it in the community and also facilitating it with individuals. And that's a good thing in one sense, because they see the results, the very difficult situations that they face when a person is referred late into palliative care in the terminal stages, and really the discipline can't deliver all that it's able to because of that process being somewhat unplanned. So I think they have an interest in it working well, but I also think that it needs to be bigger than just something that happens in the palliative care sector, because this is really about a person's rights and their consent and their capacity to make a decision at a certain time, and that can be an issue even aside from palliative care. It relates to a range of situations. So making it more mainstream, I think, would actually assist in raising the community's awareness about advanced care planning and also reducing some of the barriers to actually engaging in the process.
Dr. Sinclair, who is advanced care planning and supported decision making important for in aged care? Is it primarily for people with illness, or are there others that it's important for as well?
Potentially, if it's done well, it's important for everyone, and certainly the person should be at the centre of that process and what their wishes are for their care. But the research, and particularly the work done by Dr. Karen Dettering in the Respecting Patient Choices group, showed through their trial that family members actually had significantly better outcomes in bereavement as well, so reduced depression and anxiety in bereavement. And I think that's because having a clearer understanding of what the person wants enables them to hold on to that and to have clarity in their role, and also when those difficult decisions come up, to not be facing such a difficult process, because they're enacting what their loved one wanted rather than what they think is best at the time.
What role does advanced care planning play then for family members?
It has a really important role, and part of it is starting a conversation that often hasn't been held within that family. So when this is brought up, and sometimes it does need to be brought up by health professionals because the family have never found a way to actually broach that discussion, I hypothesise maybe that it gets tied up with a sense of duty to family, and that this might signal some sense of abandonment for a parent or something like that. And people are very scared of losing that relationship or endangering the relationship. So in some cases, health professionals or other service providers do need to broach the discussion in order that the family can come together and have that communication. And through that, they tend to learn more about the person's needs.
Can nurses facilitate advanced care planning? Is training of nurses appropriate?
I think it's important for all health professionals to be familiar with what sort of requirements there are in advanced care planning, but we've certainly found that while GPs are often identified as the ideal target, in terms of a profession to introduce the discussion because of their long-term relationship with the person, their medical knowledge, their understanding of the person's conditions and the trust between them. But they often don't have the time, and they're also not reimbursed for time that they spend on advanced care planning as well. So trying to actually implement advanced care planning in practice has often meant nurses working in collaboration with the person's primary doctor, and other allied health and social workers have also been effective in that role as well. We undertook a trial in Western Australia where we were looking at a nurse-led approach, and that was certainly effective in increasing the uptake of advanced care planning, and these nurses did require additional training, but that has been taken up more broadly. There are other projects in Australia now that are upskilling practice nurses in particular to introduce advanced care planning as part of the over 75 health assessment.
Now, I appreciate, Dr. Sinclair, that your evidence is that advanced care planning as a process is important. What should an advanced care plan as the instrument include once it's written down?
Yes, so in that question you're asking not about what the government how they should set up the form, but actually what
more about
people should write in their advanced care plan.
How people can have a plan for discussions and perhaps write down their goals and values and beliefs and their preferences for,
sure,
so that they can be known.
Sure. That is an interesting question, and obviously it's unique to the individual and is a product of the quality of that process of discussion. We do see that the type of advanced care planning seems to be different across different settings. So, and it perhaps makes sense, that if it's developed in a more acute hospital setting, there does tend to be more of a focus on life-sustaining treatments and medical treatments. The forms that we see in the aged care context sometimes deal with have a greater focus on personal care and activities, and, for example, the involvement of family members in personal care, which is highly valued for some people and is quite distressing for other people. So I guess in responding to that, I think it's really useful to try to encourage people to make a broad statement about their goals and values, because no advanced care directive or plan can accommodate every possible scenario. There should be if possible, some preferences about, particular treatments or cultural and spiritual practices or lifestyle decisions that are really important to that person, and an indication in which situations they would be particularly important. Identifying a preferred substitute decision maker and or the way that substitute decision making should be approached, whether that be through a family approach or one particular individual could be valuable, and identifying how and when such a document should be enacted. So in what situations does this actually apply? As an example of just how to reframe that into this broader process, I guess the Cognitive Decline Partnership Centre's work around advanced care planning felt that, or reported that it was important for people living with dementia to plan for the rest of their life rather than just the end of their life. And that was particularly because of the potential for there to be a long period of time where the person was functionally impaired and unable to make all of those decisions for themselves. So that really required a broad focus on lifestyle as well as just specific medical treatments.
Dr. Sinclair, is special attention required to be paid to potential barriers for access for those who might be unfamiliar with what an advanced care plan is or reluctant to enter one?
Yes, and I think we should design the programs and the interventions that support this process with these groups in mind. So the particular barriers that do seem to come up often are around literacy and understanding the requirements of the forms. People often talk about medico-legal language being a difficulty for them and needing help to understand what the form requires, but also how to put their wishes into the language that they think is needed. And the practitioners I've worked with have tended to find more success when they make it more about function for the person rather than medical treatment. So what about a situation where you couldn't walk, you couldn't talk, eat, think? Mm-hmm. These are things that people are familiar with. They live with those experiences every day, as opposed to talking about dysphagia or immobility, those sort of medical terms. So explaining it in a way that people can understand and then assisting them in the process of expressing their wishes. And sorry, if I can just add one more thing. It's also, for these groups who are potentially facing barriers to engaging, I think it's really important to not see it as a one-off event. For example, at the time of admission to residential care is sometimes seen as a bit of a sentinel event where advanced care planning might be raised. And if the person expresses concern at that point, it doesn't mean that they're going to not want to do it ever in the future. It might come up in 6 months' time with the hairdresser. And so people who that person is really comfortable with will probably get the signals as to, the person expressing some wishes and need to be able to respond to those.
Thank you. What is important for culturally diverse communities? Are there special or additional barriers for access to advanced care planning for those communities?
It is something that has been explored in the literature, and I think it's really important I'll just put a few caveats on what I'm saying. And the first is that we all have culture, not just culturally diverse communities. I guess for those of us in the cultural mainstream, we sometimes don't notice the things that we take for granted, which are actually cultural beliefs that inform what we think is appropriate and our values. And also that we're more than our culture. So there's significant variation within cultural groups, and we can't sort of set stereotypes or generalise. And finally, that even where advanced care planning is, has a lower prevalence for a certain cultural group, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's an insurmountable cultural barrier, if you like. It could be associated with that group's lesser access to education, migration experiences potentially, or trust in institutions, which are potentially modifiable factors. Having said that, there is a pattern in the literature that suggests that cultural minority groups tend to engage in advanced care planning less, and they certainly seem to have lower rates of documentation of formal advanced care directives. And that's been explained with reference to language barriers and also, in some cases, taboos about discussing the topic of dying. So in some cultural groups, that's seen as not appropriate. And I think more broadly, if we think about collectivism as an idea where there's a process of a preference for making decisions as part of a family or a community rather than as an individual, that feeds into this as well, and it does require the advanced care planning process to be broad, flexible and responsive rather than focusing on a legal document written by an individual.
Thank you, Dr. Fisher. Your statement refers to Dutch and Italian communities, and the Royal Commission is interested in this research in the sense that post-World War II migrants are now, first wave migrants after World War II are now entering aged care. What research have you been involved in?
Yeah, so that work was, I mean, as a social scientist, there's often, it's quite rare that I'm able to conduct experiments or manipulations, I guess, to test things, but we can observe patterns in the environment, in society, and compare and contrast. And these are two groups who were prominent migrant groups in the area that I was researching, and they also have interesting differences in terms of how their particular nations and societies have progressed along these lines. So the Dutch system is seen as one that's highly geared towards individual autonomy. There's legal support for advanced care directives. There's also legal support for euthanasia in the Netherlands. And these people who came to Australia came in large numbers after World War II. In the Italian context, there's, I think, a range of economic development across the country, and it tends to differ from the north to the south. There's much greater focus on family-based decision-making, and there's relatively less use of residential care because family groups tend to live very close together. Children often don't move far away from their parents, and it's quite normal and appropriate for older people to live with their families and to be cared for at home. So these groups were interesting in their difference, and when we interviewed migrants from these groups in Australia, we certainly saw differences in how they felt about advanced care planning, and they were along those lines of the preference among the Italian groups in general for more family-based approaches to decision making. But this was also tempered by their experiences as migrants, and so some people talked about experiences of internment in the Second World War or experiences in Europe in the Second World War, and those leading to long-term effects on their trust in institutions. And there was also a desire for some people to actually migrate back to their native country as well. So it really brought up a range of issues that we weren't otherwise aware of.
Dr. Sinclair, sometimes you hear it said in reading about advanced care planning, the earlier the better. Is that your view? When is it timely to consider supported decision making as part of advanced care planning?
I think if we're going to do, well, I heard you mention both of those concepts there, supported decision making and advanced care planning. I think both of them, if they're going to be done well, people need access as early as possible. For many people who are in aged care and living with a cognitive impairment of some sort, that progress over time will make it more difficult to fully engage in the process. So the earlier that we can start, the better. I think also we need to look at key events in a person's care trajectory as well as times to revisit these discussions as well. The supported decision-making work does need to be more tailored and intensive for people as their impairments increase. And so what we saw when we talked with people living with dementia about supported decision making was that it actually brought up a range of relationship issues. It wasn't just a matter of providing some practical assistance with getting something done. Just the idea of opening up to receiving some help from say a family member or a care provider required a lot of trust and familiarity and really hinged on the quality of that relationship with the person. So if we are going to be promoting this, I think we do need to do it in a way where we can support all of the people involved and give them time to develop that relationship and work together in a productive way.
Dr. Sinclair, what are the risks associated with advanced care planning?
I think there are some risks, and in general, advanced care planning would be consistent with the idea of person-centred care, and in its best form, it is a way of implementing person-centred care. There are some risks in the sense of premature implementation, and that's, I think, particularly an issue where you have a system that is under stress in terms of providing services and care, and people are rushed for time, and that if an advanced care plan has been written down, it sometimes becomes then more convenient to just go to that rather than to talk to the person, see if they can understand the issue in the moment and assist them to make that decision.
Mm-hmm.
So there is that issue. I think there's a risk around it becoming something that's systematic and enforced, as opposed to being really an instrument for a person to express their own wishes. And that can really become an issue at key care transitions. So when it becomes something that is part of the system, if it doesn't have flexibility, it then becomes something that adds to the stress of a care transition rather than reflecting the person wanting to go through that process. An example, and this is in the area of financial planning, but there are aged care facilities where they will require an enduring power of attorney to be set up before they will admit the person into residential care. And I think that is actually missing the point of the person expressing their own wishes, one of which could be, I want to make my own decisions at this point in time.
Dr. Sinclair, is there a risk that an advanced care plan could be used in ways that are inconsistent with a person's rights?
Yes, yeah, I think there are, and that needs to be monitored in terms of the quality of the discussion at the time the planning is taking place, and having some mechanisms for overseeing it. Currently that's predominantly through the witnessing requirements for advanced care directives, and also then the recourse to tribunals in the case where a person involved in that person's care is expressing some concern that for example, a substitute decision maker is making decisions that don't seem to be reflecting the person's wishes or aren't ideal in their best interest.
Thank you, Dr. Sinclair. We've asked all the witnesses that have appeared in this Royal Commission to come along with a wish list for improvement to the system. What do you have on your wish list?
Okay, thanks. Some of these will just sort of deal with the issues that I've talked about already, but I think we do need, in advanced care planning, we do need to start early, maintain a broad focus and be ready when the person is ready. So that doesn't sound really like a specific wish, but it asks the system that is implementing advanced care planning to be able to be responsive and flexible to the person's needs, and also that this becomes embedded across the whole system and part of the culture of wanting to know what's important to the people who are receiving care, rather than just doing it to avoid issues or disputes, and to make things easier for the practitioners. I would like to see training and resourcing for advanced care planning, and I think a particular area where we can have a good deal of impact there is around the Medicare item billing for GPs, to actually have the time and to be reimbursed for their time in broaching advanced care planning discussions and assisting patients. The systems for storing and communicating advanced care planning are not well developed. So, I'm talking from personal experience here, but having recently moved interstate, my advanced care directive, I need to review that and also make my own efforts to then make that available within the system that I'm now living in. So there's no national system. There's even very minimal in terms of local and state-based systems for registering advanced care planning, and that was something that did come up in the elder abuse inquiry from the Australian Law Reform Commission. And my final wish, it's the fourth one, but it's the biggest one, so maybe it counts for two, is about national consistency in this area. So there are significant barriers for people in terms of engaging with this issue because of the complexity of the laws being different across different states, and that becomes actually, I think, a risk of harm to the person when they live near state boundaries and are receiving care across state borders. It's also very difficult for people when they move into state. And in terms of generating resources, a lot of the time is actually spent making the resources that are supposed to assist the community relevant to each of the 7 jurisdictions, rather than having something that could be generic across all jurisdictions. And so I would propose to the Commission that the Australian Law Reform Commission's national decision-making principles, which were raised in their 2014 report on equality, capacity and disability in Commonwealth laws, would be a very useful model for working towards consistency in our laws that would relate both to supported decision-making and also advanced care planning and substitute decision-making. And also that bodies like Advanced Care Planning Australia, I have to disclose that I'm involved in that group, but that's a non-government body that has an Australia-wide focus and is potentially well positioned to provide resources and to be, I guess, a way of upskilling the community as a whole and moving towards a consistent approach to practice, as well as just at the legal level. So
thank you very much, Dr. Sinclair. Commissioners, that concludes my examination of this witness.
Dr. Sinclair, thank you very much for sharing with us your deep learning and research results in the area of advanced care planning. It is plainly an area that we're going to have to consider and that the community will need to come to grips with in forthcoming years. And the evidence that you've provided this afternoon will be of great assistance to us when we come to make our recommendations. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
9:30?
9:30. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
The Commission will adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
The Royal Commission is now adjourned to 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, the 27th